Shalom, everybody online. Welcome to the live class here at 231 FM 1091, 1092, Houston, Texas, Stafford, Texas. You're live with ISBHPK. Our class times are on the screen, so you can check those out Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and live for the Shabbat morning class. We have a school in Virginia, 2610 Granby. Their class times are up there. We have a school in Rochester, 1600 Lyle Ave. Their times are up there. San Antonio, their times are up there. So, you know, just make sure you look at your screen. You get the times and days. You can subscribe to the different YouTubes and check out the different live classes, right? We got our different channels, ISBHPK Kids, Hidden Truth Bible Show, 5 Minutes of Wisdom, and then the different school YouTubes, right? The one that we don't have yet, or we do have it, but it hasn't gone live, is Rochester. Got to build up the subscribers and throw some videos up, but we do have the Rochester channel. It's just no activity yet, but we will be going. We will be doing our thing live from Rochester here pretty soon. Okay, so be sure to check us out in that way. Remember, we got Passover in literally 15 days, right? That's literal. So we've been warning y'all. We've been sounding the alarm. Get your garment money in. Get your plane ticket. Get your Airbnb. Get your car rentals. Do whatever you have to do, because you see the time is just last
call.
That, but the last time it feels like we talked about it was 6 months ago, and we were like, look, we got 6 months. We got 6 months, right? So we got 2 weeks. We got 2 weeks. So, you know, brother, I've been in contact with different brothers. Everybody looks like they're going to be coming out that Thursday for the majority. That Thursday, that Friday. So I'm going to say it now. We're not going to have class that Friday, but we're not going to have class that Saturday. All right? And the reason is this. Y'all get in class abundantly throughout the year. When we get together on these feasts, that's the time to be together. That's the time to hang out. That's the time to kick it. That's the time to rap with brothers. You know, we can do the class thing and have it packed in here and make it look like a show. But what's more important is those little moments outside of class. So we're going to take that Friday, and what's going to be dope, I'm getting the lamb that Friday. Yeah. So we're going to get that lamb. We're going to get the lamb Friday, and whoever wants to show up can show up and watch these lambs be slaughtered for your sins. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So we got that. So, you know, again, 2 more weeks. All right. It's almost here. As far as any garments Israel wear and fringed up, they've been trying to multitask on both. We did get the last shirt, the green, right?
Gone.
Right. We got the last one, which was the green shirt. So they're probably going to be backed up a month, but they will get those fringed up orders out to you. Remember, you got sisters that are doing garments for the brothers that ain't got no ribs. They're knocking all those garments out. Then they got to wait and do their husband's garments. So I mean, I hope y'all understand what's going on while we were trying to push y'all to get the money in, because all the brothers with ribs, none of their garments have even been touched. But all the brothers without, their garments are almost done. They got 2 weeks to go in and no sleep, right? Sweatshop, and right, Marcy? Sweatshop, no sleep. Wake up at whatever you gotta wake up. Be there until 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, right? Fun. Yay!
Coffee.
Right? Coffee and no-nos, right? But I mean, I hope y'all understand why we're so on top of that, because it's timing. And they're putting their husbands on the burner to take care of the brothers that ain't got ribs and things like that. So, you know, it's just, that's why we were on it so hard about getting your money in. What else we got? We got Hebrew Academy, right? We got Hebrew Academy Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. We do it on Tuesday in Houston. They do it on, Monday in Rochester? And Wednesday in Virginia. All right, if you're in Houston, or in Virginia or Rochester, feel free to show up. Hebrew Academy from 7 to 9 in those different time zones. We break down the scriptures. We go through breakdowns. We go through how to street speak, how to hold post, all those different things you're gonna need. Answer questions, whatever the day has in store that day, we go over it. So if you're trying to be a teacher, not just fill the seats, Hebrew Academy is where you want to be at. That's going to help other than just having class. The brothers that usually tend to be in Hebrew Academy consistently, those are the brothers that to the moon, right? Nah, ain't nobody ever been to the moon. See, corny jokes, I know. But those are the brothers that skyrocket somewhere into the sky, right? In the spirit.
You don't hit the moon, you hit the land of the clouds.
Right. So, God. All right. So remember, Hebrew Academy. If you need to reach a teacher or anybody, you could reach Priest Kazakia, 757-300-4047. He's in Virginia. You can call my number. It's 303-557-8979. Text during class. You can call us. We take texts and calls anytime. Anytime. Remember, we do sleep. We are human. Right. So if we don't answer right away, we try to get a little rest. We do got our different businesses. We got Sweet Ambiance. Those are the different malls in Rochester, Virginia, here in Houston. So you can check us out, sweetambiance.com. What else we got? We got the Fringed Up, if you want to subscribe to that. I talked about that. All right. If anybody wants to help out with any of the bills, she has the nice, beautiful photo of the different bills we right? Bear with me, right? Long night. So, yeah, if you want to help out with anything, you could put that, you could just monetarily, the Wells Fargo account, you could throw money in there, money orders, Zelle, PayPal, however you want to do it. If you want to help that way, any books, pens, papers, office supplies, desks. If you want to donate paint, tiles, floorboards, right? We're trying to get the school back up to par. So if you want to help towards those things, that'll help out also. Just let us know before you buy or order anything. That way we know that it's going to work with the school, the aesthetic of what we're trying to set up. All right, so that's going to be it for the announcements. They never really change. It is the Shabbat, so we're going to do the opening prayers, the reading, questions, closing prayers. All right? I might get more cognac with them. Rise and face the east. Use a torch though, that thing's quick. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'a.
Hahawa'a.
Latanganawa.
Latanganawa.
The war.
The war.
Zayawam.
Zayawam.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
That's blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. The light represents wisdom, knowledge, and understanding we obtain through the scriptures. Matthew chapter 5, verse 16 says, "Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven."
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'a.
Hahawa'a.
Latanganawa.
Latanganawa.
Rayach.
Rayach.
Nayachacha.
Nayachacha.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
That's blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us a sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor.
Oh, no. Take that off. Take that off. I'm gonna get it. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah. Letalanawa.
Letalanawa.
Hashabbat.
Hashabbat.
Bashalom.
Bashalom.
The water.
The water.
Amen.
Amen. That's blessing on you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks. So be it.
This is Psalms 121 in Hebrew. Aina Shai.
Aina Shai.
Ayayam Yah.
Ayayam Yah.
Al. Aharyam.
Aharyam.
Na'ayah.
Na'ayah.
Wabawa'ah.
Wabawa'ah.
Aizarya.
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 Wabawa'ah.
Wabawa'ah.
Ma Yahweh.
Ma Yahweh.
Sha'aisha.
Sha'aisha.
Shamayim.
Shamayim.
Wa'aratazah.
Wa'aratazah.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Yanathan.
Yanathan.
Lamawat.
Lamawat.
Regalia.
Regalia.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Shashawamar.
Shashawamar.
Yasharala.
Yasharala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shamarya.
Shamarya.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Tazalia.
Tazalia.
Al.
Al.
Yam Yah.
Yam Yah.
Yad.
Yad.
Hashamash.
Hashamash.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Hakaya.
Hakaya.
Bayawam.
Bayawam.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Halabana.
Halabana.
Walayala.
Walayala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamarya.
Yashamarya.
Korai.
Korai.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Napashya.
Napashya.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Hawalakya.
Hawalakya.
Wawa'aya.
Wawa'aya.
Ba'aitan.
Ba'aitan.
Wa'ai. Iwalam.
Iwalam.
Aman.
Amen. Psalms 121. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
Shema Yasharala.
Shema Yasharala.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yasharala.
Shema Yasharala.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yasharala.
Shema Yasharala.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad. Hear, O Israel. Yahweh our power. Yahweh is word.
It's the Lord's Prayer. Abanawa.
Abanawa.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Kodash.
Kodash.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Shemka.
Shemka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Malak Wavka.
Malak Wavka.
Laba'ah.
Laba'ah.
Batazaka.
Batazaka.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Ba'aratazah.
Ba'aratazah.
Kawa.
Kawa.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Bashamayim.
Bashamayim.
Talanawa.
Talanawa.
Lacham.
Lacham.
Kol.
Kol.
Yawam.
Yawam.
Wasalach Nawa.
Wasalach Nawa.
Chawawaf Nawa.
Chawawaf Nawa.
Chasalach Nawa.
Chasalach Nawa.
Chawawaf Yenawa.
Chawawaf Yenawa.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Nabiyanawa.
Nabiyanawa.
Messiah 1.
Messiah 1.
Paul.
Paul.
Hoshai Nawa.
Hoshai Nawa.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Rai.
Rai.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Lakah.
Lakah.
Hamalakwat.
Hamalakwat.
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala.
Wahatha Pa'arat.
Wahatha Pa'arat.
Iwalanyan.
Amen. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our debts, as we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Ha? Aishara.
Asherah.
Batazawa.
Batazawa. The Ten Commandments.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Yahaya.
Yahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Alahayim. Alpanya.
Alpanya. Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
La'a.
La'a.
La'isha.
La'isha.
Laka.
Laka.
Lasol.
Lasol.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
La'ibadam.
La'ibadam. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'a.
La'a.
Talakwak'ath.
Talakwak'ath.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawah.
Bashua. Thou shalt not take the name of the Most High Yahweh in vain.
Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabah.
Hashabah.
Lakodashwa.
Lakodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad.
Kabad.
Amaka.
Amaka.
Wa Amaka.
Amaka. Honor thy father.
Let me say it again. Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Wa Amaka.
Wa Amaka. Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'a.
La'a.
Ratazak.
The Ratazak. Thou shalt not murder.
La'a.
La'a.
Tana'ah.
Tana'ah. Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'a.
La'a.
Daganah.
Daganah. Thou shalt not steal.
La'a.
La'a.
La'inah.
La'inah.
Shakor.
Shakor. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'a.
La'a.
La'chamad.
La'chamad.
Kol.
Kol.
La'sharah.
La'sharah.
La'ra'aika.
La'ra'aika. Thou shalt not cover anything that is thy neighbor's.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
The water.
The water.
Come yad.
Come yad. Amen. Yeshavium, which means to be seated. Praise the Lord.
So we're in Leviticus, right? Leviticus 12.
That's right.
Leviticus 12. So, first reader. Let's not play with it.
Ramiro, Shabbat Shah, Yashika, Bayashala.
Ramiro Shabbatashah Yashakar. Right? Ramiro Shabbatashah Yashakar Ban Yasha'ala. I mind you. Barat.
Yahweh Shimon Shah Barakatam.
Yahweh Shim Yahushua Barakatah. So last week we went over the good old dietary, right? What to eat and what not to eat. Why? Why not to eat it? Right? And the swine thou shalt not eat, and the coney, and the camel, and the ostrich. Right? You know what animal is lawful that a lot of people don't think that you can eat? You're not gonna think it's weird. Take a guess. You see it all. You don't see it all the time, but you've seen it, and you're like, oh wow, that's a majestic creature. What?
Giraffe.
The giraffe.
Oh, wow.
Giraffes are lawful. They chew the cud and they're cloven-footed. You ever see a giraffe's feet? Yeah. Giraffe meat is lawful, brothers and sisters.
Wow.
You ever get caught up in the Serengeti? You ever get caught up in Africa somewhere, or you gotta. If the world's about to end, you need some meat. If you need some meat, you run to the local zoo and get you a giraffe. Them legs are thick. A lot of thigh meat on a giraffe. A lot of back meat, right?
I'm gonna have me a plate of some giraffe, locusts, and honey. You know what I mean? A little bit of.
I'm trying to wait for all that. I'm trying to wait until I'm gonna be fasting. I'm pretty sure giraffe meat tastes pretty healthy. All they do is eat greenery. That's it. All they eat is trees. Right? So yeah, giraffe, definitely lawful.
God.
You know what I mean? So just something I was thinking about. I was thinking about it last week, and I was like, damn, should have mentioned that. But yeah, we went over that dietary law. So remember that law. The laws were to get us cleaned up, keep us clean for the coming land, get us cleaned up from the past land of Egypt. So the Most High had to remind us what was lawful and what wasn't. We knew. It wasn't that we didn't know. But when you're so caught up in slavery and in other people's land, as we are today, you get lost in their indoctrination. You get lost in the heathens' ways. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, shalom to everybody online. The water for joining us. Where we at? Leviticus 12?
Leviticus chapter 12, verse 1.
Let's do it.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, If a woman had conceived seed and born a man child,
Right?
then she shall be unclean 7 days. According to the days of the separation for her infirmity shall she be unclean.
Why is she unclean 7 days? Who can tell me why? Because you got to understand this. If you're having babies, you better understand these laws. What's up, Benaiah?
So she can heal.
Well, remember, she's having a baby, so 7 days is going to take her way longer than 7. What's the 7 days? Okay, think about when she's not having a baby. And a woman is doing what? She's put away for 7 days. What?
Her cycle.
Right, her menstruation. There's blood coming out of there. When a woman gives birth, blood comes out of there. So they give the 7 days to make sure that there's not an ongoing issue of blood coming from that area. Y'all see that? So that 7 days is to make sure that that's not going on and to get that right. And then watch, read on. There's going to be some other days added. Go ahead.
Verse 3. And in the 8th day, the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised.
Right? So we know on the 8th day we circumcise our sons. And, you know, again, dealing in this society, this is the thing. You got Israel that swear up and down they keep the law, but guess who's not letting you circumcise on the 8th day? Them hospitals. They're not letting you do that. So if you have a baby in a hospital and you want to get them circumcised, they make you do it the day after the baby is born or the day before they leave the hospital. But they don't let you wait 8 days and then come back. Now, the brother Shaddach, he did things a little different, where he had to pay a substantial amount of money, but he had a home birth, right? He had a doula and a midwife.
That's cool.
So he did that, right? Barakatah Yahweh, he was able to do that, and then he was able to take his son 8 days later to somebody that does the circumcisions, a physician, right? But if you're dealing with the regular hospitals, they're not on that. They're not like, you need to circumcise on the 8th day, we'll accommodate that. Hell no. Then they charge you for it. It's like $400 because it's not a medical procedure that's needed. It's more of they look at it more as a cosmetic thing.
True that.
So they hit you for the $400, right? But you got insurance, they'll take care of it. But the point that I'm trying to make is the law says 8 days. If you deal in the Esau system, you ain't doing it on the 8th day. You do it on the 2nd, right? So for those super law keepers out there that swear up and down they keeping the law, the circumstances, like when we say things like, man, we're in slavery, so you can't do the law all the way to the T, then you got cats, that's an excuse. You're just making excuses. No, we're not. I'm telling you the truth. We are in slavery, and the slave master is not going to accommodate you. But does that mean you still don't get your son circumcised? Of course it doesn't mean that. Remember, Moses' sons didn't get circumcised until they were older, right? Remember? When the angel was coming to kill Moses, and his wife went and circumcised the son. His son was older. His son was way past the 8 days. You see that? So as long as you get it done is the point. So go ahead, 8 days.
Verse 4. And she shall then continue in the blood of her purifying 3 days.
Right, so that's 33 days. So that's a total of how many days that a woman is separated sexually and all these different things from her husband. How many days is that total?
40.
Right, it's 40 days, right? And that's if she has what, a boy? Right. So there's another law that, come on, man. 40 days is what? You got 30 days in a month.
Like this some change.
A month and some change, right? You got a lot of Jake out there. They ain't waiting. They ain't waiting. As soon as they woman come home from the hospital, they back up in there.
It happens.
Kaz is thirsty, man. But see, you got to think about it. 40 days, no intercourse, none of that stuff, right? And you got women that'll give birth and go lay with a man instantaneously and not keep these laws, right? It's little things like that. But then what happens is she's not giving her body a chance to heal up. She's not giving herself a chance to make sure that there's no type of sickness or illness.
Right.
What's up?
So that's where you get a lot of these women they don't understand, they get these autoimmune diseases. Because the blood is flowing through, and the man's blood is connecting with theirs. Their blood doesn't
Not
flow.
compatible.
It's not compatible, so you automatically go get an autoimmune disease inside the woman, and things start happening to her body.
Okay, like, because what type of autoimmune do? I mean, I know
Because
AIDS.
your body's-
I know
because
AIDS is. Well, let me finish. What type of autoimmune? Like, I know AIDS is autoimmune.
Right.
But what do you mean? Like, what other things are there?
Well, your body starts attacking itself because it's attacking something that's foreign into your body. That blood is mixed with her blood, so it starts to attack its own body, her own body.
Okay.
So things start happening to like her gut. I can't specifically say exactly what, but I read on it a little bit.
Okay, and that's why I'm asking, because you sound like you kind of know a little bit about it. So I know, like, HIV is an autoimmune.
Right.
That's your body attacking its own self.
Right. Same thing. So when these women have sex, as soon as they have these children, and they start getting these sicknesses start happening to them, they don't realize that the man that she was with, his blood is actually inside of her blood, that their body starts kicking, fighting against each other, start eating each other.
Yeah, the white blood cells ramp up.
Right.
Try to defend.
Right.
But instead, it starts to attack the red blood cells.
Right.
There goes the immune system.
Right.
Yeah. See, it's things like that on a scientific level. And when I say science, I'm not, or I should say on a biological level. Let's use that word. Right. So cats don't get confused. Like, oh, y'all believe in science now? Not the white man science. There is there's a thing called biology.
Right.
And microbiology dealing with blood and DNA and all that stuff's real. When you get sick, when when your body fights off things, that stuff is real. There's things in your body that fight off disease. You do have white blood cells, red blood cells. They fight off disease. They ramp up to defend you. But it's things you don't give your body. Think about it. When a woman gives birth, the amount of blood she loses, I don't know how much it is, but to lose any amount of blood, if you go get blood drawn out of your arm for a procedure, they got to do some tests on you. Do you know how weak you feel after that? Mm-hmm. So imagine giving birth and losing all that blood, and you lose that out of your body. You got to give your body a chance to ramp up and replenish. All those different fluids and all that different stuff. And then think about the purging process that's happening when a woman is giving birth. There's a purging process that's going on in the uterus, in the vagina, all these different. You got a whole baby that passed through there.
God.
Wouldn't you want to give some time? Right? I'm like, take all the time you need, sis.
Also, quite a few women have to have episiotomies.
What's
When
that?
they're giving birth, they have to clip them so that the baby's head can come through.
Oh, right. So they got to go back and get restitched.
So you go in there, with intercourse, and that is irritating and
Yep.
open wound.
Yep.
So that can cause cancers, that can cause any matter of things.
Yeah.
Cancers, hemorrhoids, it's something that, bacterial infections. That's where you get Yeah, yeah, she's absolutely right. Sometimes the baby is too big and they gotta clip both ways. And they gotta go back and stitch that up. And you gotta give those things chances to heal. That's in an area where bacteria festers it just does regularly. All that heat, you know what I'm saying? So you gotta give those things a chance. Like, listen, my rib went in and had the baby, right? And she had a C-section. And, bro, 2 weeks later, they had to do another C-section after they closed her up because one side, it just wasn't healing. It started lumping up and pussing, and it was bad. But they had to go and recut the whole section, open it all the way back out, clean it. The way the doctor was describing it, I was like, damn, you treating her like a car. She's like, yeah, we got to go in with the tools and the scrapers and scrape away all the bad skin. I'm like, scrape away. And I'm like, that's crazy. But that's what they had to do. And then what does that do? That sets her back longer because that open wound, it takes time to heal. She's good now. She's good now. It was very rocky. But they had to put her on a bunch of antibiotics. They had to put it like this. She was on medicine so strong, she couldn't breastfeed the baby. Because it killed all the antibodies. They put her on antibacterials, but like super strong antibacterials that just wiped out their whole immune system. So she had to be real careful not to get sick. You know what I'm saying? Because she had no immune system for a second. All the antibodies that are in your body to fight off disease killed them. So her milk was going to be useless to the baby. But she got through it. So, that birth, there's a lot of things that can happen. There's a lot of things that can happen in that time, but these times are to allow for all the healing that needs to happen. Right? So that's for a boy, 40 days. Right? With a girl, it's double the time. That's why brothers don't want to have girls. They're like, man, just want boys, right? But for a girl, it's 80 days. And, it doesn't go into exactly why. I haven't read why. But that's how the Most High had it set up. It was a longer time period for that woman child. So let's read it. Go ahead.
She shall touch no hollow thing, nor come into the sanctuary until the day of her purifying be fulfilled. But if she bear a maid child,
right,
then she shall be unclean 2 weeks, as in her separation, and she shall continue in the blood of her purifying 60 days.
Right, 60, 20, 40, 60, and 6. That's 66. Plus 14, that's 80. Right? So 80 days. Go ahead.
Verse 6. And when the days of her purifying are fulfilled, for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring a lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, and a young pigeon or a turtle dove for a sin offering unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation unto the priest, who shall offer it before the Lord and make an atonement for her. And she shall be cleansed from the issue of her blood. This is the law for her that has born.
So for her to be cleansed, she had to do what? Bring an offering. You see that? So before she could say, oh, I'm clean because of the days, I have to bring an offering to basically consummate, right? That cleanliness by purging that blood of that animal. What's that?
You answer it.
Okay. Go ahead. What was your question?
It was, why did she have to do offerings?
Yeah. That showed that, think about it. You give an offering, that shows a lot of different things. You're thankful. Man, the Most High got me through this. Right? But almost everything we did, we brought an offering. It was a lot of situations where you don't really read that there wasn't an offering brought. Even when we were given something up, we still brought. Like, remember when Samuel's mother brought him to the temple? It said she laid in the asses and brought wine and figs and all that stuff to the priest for our offering, right? So we gave offerings and sacrifice for for everything that we did. That's why now I can see why Israel got so jaded and treated the sacrifice like it didn't mean nothing. Because we did it so often with everything, it was like, I'ma still do me. So what does this sacrifice mean? You know what I mean? Like, what's the point of me having to go up and sacrifice when I did my 80 days? I don't got time to go up there. I got my baby to take care of. I did my 40 days. I ain't got time to go up and give no offering. I got my baby to breastfeed. I got my husband on me. He telling me to take care of the house and get up and get moving. That's how Israel thinks. So I can see how we went off in these offerings, man, because we stopped looking at them with any type of value. Go ahead.
And she shall be cleansed from the issue of her blood. This is the law for her that hath borne a male or a female. And if she be not able to bring a lamb, then she shall bring 2 turtles or 2 young pigeons.
Yeah, you can't carry a lamb. Oh well, we gotta get you to bring something that's real light. 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons. Surely you can carry those, right? Or you can get a hold of 2 birds. You ain't got no lamb if you ain't got those big offerings. But you got to bring something. Go ahead.
The one for the burnt offering and the other for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for her, and she shall be clean.
Mm-hmm.
Chapter 13.
Any questions? Whoa, really?
Yeah.
Any questions?
In verse 8, it says 2 turtles. Does that actually mean 2 turtle doves?
Yeah, that's 2 turtle doves. Remember, turtles would be an unlawful animal.
Right. I got a random question.
Okay.
Like, say the woman's having twins, and
I know.
they
You're gonna ask.
separations. Do
Does
they
it double?
add up? Yeah. No.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't give that stipulation, so you just have to go with. Because think about this. Twins is not always 2 girls or 2 boys. Twins is boy and girl. So which one would you go with? What?
The girl.
Yeah, you just go with the longer one. Yeah, you just go with the longer one. Because you'll accomplish the boy by fulfilling the one for the girl. The 80. The boy is 40, the girl is 80. So you got 2 girls. If it was about, this is the thing. If it was about the amount of days and all that stuff, the Most High would say, oh, and if you have 2 girls, then add another 80 days onto that, or add another 20 days onto that. Remember, this wasn't about the day. Like, he wasn't setting this up for us to count days, or for us to be kept back from something. It was more about, are we going to be obedient to be able to keep ourselves clean from these filthy diseases that pop up when you have these children, and you go back in there too early. You don't think about it. Just think about it like this: women that have women that have multiple children, sometimes after like the 3rd or 4th, their wombs are not strong enough to carry. They got issues with the womb, the placenta, and that's pregnancies being spread out. Imagine if you go in there, and when I say back to back, meaning as soon as she dropped one, a week later she's pregnant again. A lot of different things happen with breast milk production when a woman is pregnant, hormone levels, all these different things affect the first child. So if I give enough time in between for a woman to be pregnant, it'll at least give this first child enough time to develop a connection. There's a lot that goes into this.
Okay.
Develop that connection with mom. Because think about it. You get pregnant a day after you gave birth. What type of bond do you build with the first child? Especially in 9 months when you got to kick them off and then throw the next baby on the tit. Right? And then you keep doing that. These babies will never develop any true connection with their mom. Because the act of breastfeeding is that first bond. That's why they tell them to do it skin to skin. Because you develop that bond, that skin connection with the mom, with the dad, right?
They're
We
one
don't-
soul.
We don't breastfeed our, I don't breastfeed nobody as a dad, but sometimes I'll take my shirt off and throw the baby on my chest and she feels that warmth, right? They like that, but they, the mom, you do it, but if I'm knocking out kids super consecutively, where does that bond be able to develop? So if you look at that psychologically, if you look at the physical part of it, where the body needs a chance to heal, the breastfeeding, the weaning, all those different things, it interrupts those cycles.
That's true.
What's that?
You see that they do become one soul, because if the baby's sick, her breast milk will adjust to the baby and heal it, puts more of I don't know what
It's antibodies.
yeah, antibodies in it, and then it takes away if the baby's getting too much of it. It's crazy how the Most High made the connection of the woman and the baby.
Yeah.
So
Well, he did that. Why? Because he wanted us to be helpful. He created no death, right? He created all things to have their being and to be helpful. So let me figure out a way. Let me give y'all a way that if the baby's sick, the breast milk will heal him. Right? I mean, we do it with Manashah. He gets sick. We throw a little bit of breast milk in his bottle. He goes and knocks that down, and he's good the next day.
that's cool.
Yeah. I mean, remember, he's only, how old is he?
1.
He's one. Really? He's older than one. He's not 2 yet. He's close. When's his? His birthday is in. Damn, I don't even remember. But I don't remember. Forgot. Well, he's getting close to 2, right? Well, he can still hit breast milk.
Right.
He can still drink that breast milk, and it'll still benefit his body. So yeah, the Most High just set it up, man, to bro, decently and in order. There's so many reasons why I can name.
Right.
Doing things decently in order, giving you a chance to develop that bond, that connection, giving you a chance to heal mentally. Think about it. A lot of women go into postpartum depression after they drop a baby. After they have their baby, they go into postpartum, right? And would you want to get that woman pregnant when she's in postpartum?
Wow.
Hell nah. She's gonna resent the baby that's there and the one that's in her gut. So it gives her a chance to connect with the baby mentally and really understand, okay, this is real. I got a little life to take care of, right? Let me give my attention to that. So, yeah. So there's no, going back to your question about twins, right? It doesn't go into add days on. If you're having twins and they're boys, just do 40. If you're having twins and they're girls, do the 80. If you have a boy and a girl, do the 80. That's how I would err on the side of caution, But there's nothing that says that you can't do. Look at it like this: you had 2 twin boys, right? Let's say Jacob and Esau. Would it have been wrong for Rebecca to separate for 80 days?
No.
It wouldn't have been wrong unless what?
Husband approved.
Right. Make sure you raise your hand. It wouldn't have been. It would have only been wrong if her and her husband didn't agree first and say, "Hey, the law says 40, but what do you think about doing 80 just to show our obedience, our discipline to the Most High? Come on, let's do 80." You see that? And nothing wrong would have been nothing wrong. There would have been nothing wrong for them to do that. Oh, we keep making noise?
No, it sounded a little bit low, so I'm just adjusting it.
Yeah. That makes sense?
God.
All right, let's jump that. What do you got? Leviticus 13? Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 13. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron, saying, When a man shall have in the skin of his flesh arising a scab or bright spot, and it be in the skin of his flesh like the plague of leprosy, then he shall be brought unto Aaron the priest, or unto one of his sons, the priest.
Right, so a rising, a scab, or a bright spot. A rising, a scab, or a bright spot. So there's 3 different indicators to say, hey, this person might be leprous. A rising, a bright spot, or a scab. Go ahead. Very important.
Verse 3. And the priest shall look on the plague in the skin of his flesh.
Right?
And when the hair in the plague is turned white, and the plague is sight be deeper than the skin of his flesh, it is the plague of leprosy.
Right. So if the skin where the hair is sunk in a little bit, and the hair turns white, that's going to be a form of leprosy. Go ahead.
And the priest shall look on him and pronounce him unclean.
Right?
If the bright spot be white in the skin of his flesh, and in the side be not deeper than the skin, and the hair thereof be not turned white, then the priest shall shut up him that has the plague 7 days.
Right. So if the bright spot be white in the skin of his flesh, so think about it. You got dark-skinned people, and if the spot is white in their skin, little white spot, that means that the pigment is leaving. That pigment is gone. Right? And in the sight be not deeper than the skin, and the hair thereof be not turned white, then the priest shall shut him up that hath the plague 7 days. So this person, remember, they're assessing all these different things. They're looking for these different indicators. You got a white spot, but there's no white hair, and it's not deeper than his regular flesh. We're going to put him away for 7 days. Why? What's the 7 days? What, Benaiah? You had your hand up? Oh. You still should know. What's up, Michael?
Just to see how bad it's going to get?
Right. To see if it's going to spread throughout their body.
Come on.
Now, is it just to see if it, leave him there for 7 days and listen, what else? What else? What else are they doing with this man? Michael.
Checking his spirit?
Yeah. They're like, wait a minute, why you got skin-eating diseases? Or why are you losing your pigment? Remember. What are the numbers? Numbers 12. And 10.
Numbers chapter 12, verse 10.
Right?
And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle.
So this is when Miriam spoke against Moses, his wife. Right? For being a nation. And Moses being with her, she spoke against that, and this is what happened to her. Go ahead.
And behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow.
Right, now this is a little more extreme where her entire body got hit. And she became white as snow. Go ahead.
And Aaron looked upon Miriam.
Right.
And behold,
right,
she was leprous.
Go ahead.
And Aaron said unto Moses, Alas, my Lord, I beseech thee.
Right.
Lay not the sin upon us.
Do what?
Lay not the sin upon us.
Right. He said, lay not this sin upon us. Right. It was a sin to be leprous. Or when you got leprosy, you did something off in the spirit. King Uzziah, when he went into the temple and burned the incense, and the Most High made him a leper. Because he sinned. He wasn't supposed to do that. So, leprosy and rising bumps, what we know today as what? Pimples. Right? A rising bump in your skin is just a pimple or some type of cyst or some type of rash. The Most High is showing you that, wait a minute, you're doing something wrong. You're eating something wrong. You're think about people that get pimples, they get stress acne. They start stressing out and they start bumping up. Well, why? Because they're letting stress overtake them. The scriptures say, be not anxious for anything, but in all things in supplication and prayer. Be not overcome with evil, but overcome evil with good. Think not your own thoughts, but let the Most High lead you. I made that one up, but right, you're like, where's that one at? Right, I made that one. That's like Quatazop 316, right? But the point is, you're not following wisdom, and the Most High is giving you an outward. He always gave us a physical manifestation of everything we dealt with, right? Everything that he did was physical. Why? Because we're physical beings. So if your body is just bumping up with cysts, you know those cysts that get real big, they get real tight, you pop them and it just oozes for days and it smells bad. You better change your diet and do a cleanse. Right? I remember there was a time I was eating meat. Ugh, it was so bad. Eating meat every single day, every meal, meat, 3 times a day, 4 times a day. I got this cyst on my back. And I mean, it hurt to the touch. And as soon as my rib would just touch it, it would just leak. And she ended up getting in there. But when she was done, I had a hole in my back this size. God. Like somebody shot me. I remember I told one of my kids, I was like, yeah, I got shot. They were like, I think it was your pa. She was like, huh? She was young too. But yeah, it looked like somebody shot me. And it was a hole that you could literally stick gauze inside of because that cyst blew up. Yeah, man. But it was more than just diet, you know, where your mind is at, where your spirit's at, all those different things come into account. And all those things get pent up in you. That negativity, that bad food, you mix those, that's a powder keg. And it's trying to escape through what? Through your little old pores. And let one little piece of dirt get in that pore and block that hole. It's a wrap. But pimples, those are a physical manifestation of some type of imbalance. Hormonally, food-wise, spirit-wise, mentally. There's an imbalance there where you can't keep your skin under control. That all can be fixed. The proper diet, the proper mental state, you can fix all that. Sometimes they talk about heat bumps. Y'all ever hear about that? Like, oh, baby got heat bumps.
Heat bumps, sweat bumps.
Sweat bumps. Man, ain't no such damn thing as sweat bumps. Put the right clothes on. Put on the right fabric so your body, men, you get jock itch. Right? Yeah. Well, you know why? Because you don't have a loose fabric down there. Jock itch is just, all it is, man, it's the skin just rubbing and staying close together. Yep. And you're not breathing. Right? You're not breathing. The Bible said wear linen breeches. Linen breeches wide to air out your area down there. Women, you run around with the thong cascaded all the way up into your uterus walls. How is any breathing going to happen when you got it compacted up in there? And then you wonder why bacterial vaginosis. Women get that from putting tampons up there and throwing on thongs all day. And them tight ass jeans, the tight dirty spandex. They don't breathe.
The TikTok spandex.
The TikTok spandex, the ones with the cut down the middle, they sew it like down the middle so it accentuates every cottage cheese dimple on your ass. Right? I'm sorry. But it's true.
It is true.
It's true. Right? Men and women. Think about your feet. Why do you get foot odors and bacteria? Athlete's foot on your feet? Well, it's a type of socks you wear. It's a type of shoes. The shoes are not airy. They say they got breathe holes, but the shoes are not airy. When you got leather just over your feet for 24 hours a day, then you got hot cotton socks on, 100% cottons, bro, or 100% wool or some type of made up fabric, your feet are gonna sweat and smell. And all those smells is the different bacterias interacting and giving off that odor. But there's no you have something anaerobic bacterias, right? And they, if I'm not mistaken, they don't have oxygen. Like things need oxygen for bacteria to break down. They need oxygen.
Right. So,
for instance, if you're making compost, you mix your eggshells, banana, some leaves, and some grass, a little bit of water for that bacteria to start activating. That's the humidity. Air is going to allow it to break down and destroy that smell. That's why compost don't smell like nothing but earth when it's done. It smells like dirt. But it'll start to stink if there's no air. It'll start to get that real funky smell, like trash. It has to have air that goes through it to keep that bacteria going. Then it needs water. It needs a right mixture. But think about your feet. Your feet don't get no air. They get moisture. They get the dark, nice moisture, right? But there's no air circulating to kill those bacteria or keep that bacteria smell away. That's why, again, jock itch, foot fungus, some people's pits, the armpits, they get fungal, they get infections and real bad armpit odor. There's certain things you got to change up diet-wise. You know, you got to change up your deodorant, but the clothes you wear. The clothes you wear helps also. Loose fabrics, loose-fitting clothing.
No more schmedium?
No more sexy schmedium when you know you're large, right? When your chest is the size, you know what I'm saying? When you got that real big chest, when you trying to squeeze it into a small, that's gonna, right?
May I be excused?
Nah, you good. Come on, man. Look at this guy.
I'm gonna get, well, on the fabric probably get a nice medium loose fabric.
That's it. You know, the fabrics that we wore, though, it gave us the ability to get some breeze going through there to keep us aired out, aerate. But these different things, man, these leprosies. Because watch, we're going to go into, if I'm not mistaken, the leprosy of the house, the garment. How do you get leprosy in a garment?
Man.
Not watching.
That's one, but remember, what were our garments made out of? Animals. Animal skins.
Okay.
And hot leather and
Right.
wool. And if you didn't clean that garment the right way, you know, or if you didn't store your garment the right way, what would happen? You ever pull something out the closet, put it on, before you put it on, you're like, what's that fishy smell? You're like, damn, what the hell is that smell? Did that ever happen to anybody? Like, ever in life? Like, it's been sitting in your closet for like months, and you pull it out, and you, like, what the hell is that fish smell? And you throw it on anyway, you're like, man, I'm about to wear this. Right? Because it's dope. I've been saving it. And you just like, what the? There's a bacteria that hit that garment that got it smelling like that. Remember, all the rest of your garments don't smell like that. That happened to my rib. She had this leather jacket. She had it in the I think she kept it in like some plastic. And when she went to go pull it out, this like a year or two ago, she went to go pull it out, and I was like, oh yeah, that's done. She was like, huh? I'm like, yeah, just smell it. She was like, well, can we watch? I'm like, nope, there's no getting that out. You got to get rid of that. There's no getting that smell out unless you take that and steam, and you can't steam leather. You got to go steam that garment out and get that smell and that bacteria out of there. That's a type of leprosy in that garment. You know what I'm saying? But the leprosy that hit our garments was a little bit different. It was noticeable on sight. Things would grow like fungus, would grow on the garments in the house. How you get leprosy in your house? Black mold, right? Would be considered a type of leprosy. But how do you get that? How does mold spores develop? Moisture and no air.
Yep.
Right? It's moisture being sealed up and being able to produce these different bacterias that spread. And then when it does get air, it just travels. It just travels through the air, goes in your nostrils, gets you sick. You see that? So what was this about? Leprosy was about clean on two different levels. Clean in the spirit, clean in the flesh. Where you at?
Verse 5.
No, where you at?
Numbers chapter 12, verse 11.
Mm-hmm.
It says, the second precept, third precept,
Mm-hmm.
wherein we have done foolishly,
Right?
and wherein we have sinned.
Go ahead.
Let her not be as one dead, of whom the flesh is half consumed when he cometh out of his mother's womb.
First of all, that only happened to one man. Let her not be as one dead, of whom the flesh is half. That only happened to one man. That was Esau. It was a curse to come out looking like an Edomite. That's what the Bible is saying. What?
Question. So that means,
Yeah.
okay.
Yep. I know what you're gonna ask. Go ahead, ask it.
Nah, you got it.
Yep. They are cursed people.
Yeah.
Yes,
Con.
they are. It's a curse to not have pigment. It's a curse to not have pigment in your skin. The difference with them, they will be considered clean lepers.
Right.
They're not dirty lepers. They're clean lepers. Their whole body is just like that. Their hair, think about it, blonde hair, all that stuff. That's no pigmentation,
Yeah, I read up on it.
or a very 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 low pigment. Because gray hair is technically no pigment in your hair. Gray hair. You lose the pigment, the melanin or whatever they call it. So, what? You said
Blonde is
you-
just another word. It's a French word for yellow. They just changed it up to make it seem like it's something great.
Blonde actually is lack of pigmentation. Blonde
It
is
is.
dead
But
hair.
it means yellow.
the
in
meaning
English.
you said.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it means yellow in
Yeah,
English.
but it's dead hair. It's lack of pigment, lack of melanin. It's a very very low level. Because white people get grays too,
Yeah.
and not every white person has blonde hair.
Con.
Like our people, if we want to go in, you see it all the time, remove the pigment, you got to cancel out the pigment. So you're taking out all that natural love just to have dead hair.
Man.
Blonde hair is dead hair.
Yep.
So that's why blonde hair, white people usually, because that's who normally has it, whenever they go and color the hair, they're able to get them bright colors because there's no pigment, so that that pigment will be able to deposit very well.
Just like when they get tattoos. They get the nice blue tattoos,
Oh, yeah.
the teals and
Right.
the yellows. It shows up on their skin better.
Pops.
Because it's not pigment on pigment. You know niggas, they go get tattoos and they be black as hell. You this black. Trying to go get you a tattoo and then it turns out green.
Yeah.
You're like, what the hell did you do that for? You know your pigment is going to override. Like, if you go look at a cat that's had a tattoo, and he got it like maybe when he was young and he's in his 30s and 40s, bro, that tattoo you can't even see. His pigment overrode the pigment of the ink. And you got to go get touch-ups, right? That's why we shouldn't be getting tattoos anyway, because after a while you can't even see them.
That's true.
On certain of us, right? On certain of on some of our skin, like if you had gotten one, you could probably see it. I mean, the bandolero right here, we know what he's on. He was on it. Oh, I didn't know you had one. Yeah, see, you can see it because of your pigment, right? I ain't got none, so I was scary. I don't like needles, but yeah, I don't have any, so. You know, but I always thought tattoos wouldn't even look good on me anyway, right? Because I always wanted like the crazy colors, like the reds and the blues and the yellows. That's what I would want if I got one. I wanted to make it look real good. That's just me. Like if I'm gonna go out and do that, I might as well go all the way out. I want purple, bro. I want colors on me, right? So, but you know, your pigment is gonna fight against that anyway. Right. So remember, dealing with this leprosy, the priests were assessing your spirit. Why you got bumps all over you? What you been eating? What are you wearing? You got a Babylonian garment? Well, you know the Babylonians, they don't care about using linen. They got mixed fabrics, right? What are you thinking about? What's going on at your home? You were able to sit with the priests and they were able to assess your spirit, assess you physically, to make sure it didn't spread. Also to make sure that whatever you were dealing with spiritually didn't spread. Right? You doubting? Oh well, let's make sure that his doubt don't go into the camp. He's hateful. Let's make sure his hate don't go into the camp. Right? Remember, it tells us in Wisdom of Solomon. Or the Wisdom of Solomon. I think it's 9. The immortal body presses down the spirit. Wisdom of Solomon. It's either
15.
9,
It's 9 and what?
19.
Right. Go ahead. 14. Somebody read that.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 9, verse 14.
Right.
For the thoughts of mortal men are miserable,
Mm-hmm.
and our devices but uncertain.
Right. See, our thoughts are misery. Why? Because we're just thinking? Or is there something that comes from our thoughts?
Con.
Comes from the brother, who was it? The brother hit me up the other day asking me about overthinking. Well, and you know, is it double-mindedness? And I'm like, well, it's not so much a double-mindedness thing if you're overthinking, because to overthink something, you're thinking about more than just two things. You're thinking about trying to figure out every possible outcome, or every possible why, or every possible how, and forgetting that, wait a minute, the control is in the Most High's hands. No matter how many situations you can conjure up in your head to fix something, that might not be it. But what does this overthinking get me? Stress, right? But then what does stress get me to do? What does a lot of people do when they're stressed out? What?
I was gonna say they act how do you say prematurely.
Right, they act prematurely, rashly.
Right.
They don't think things through. Right? What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say drink and eat.
Stress eaters and drinkers. That's what I was thinking of too. Right? But what you said was definitely on point, because it goes into it. Why am I stress eating? Why am I drinking and eating rashly without any type of discretion? Well, because I'm stressed out and I don't know how to manage that. But then what does stress eating and stress drinking do for a person? Man, when I'm stressed out, I eat. Are they grabbing the salad, the celery, an apple? Hell no. Like when I'm stressed out, I eat. And they got the damn icing, the ice cream on one side, the icing dripping down the lip on the other side. They hitting chocolate, dipping the whole spoon into the Ben and Jerry's, right? Donut, like they go for all the bad comfort. And if they're not eating snack foods, they go to the comfort food, where they eating mac and cheeses and cornbreads and a lot of different meats, barbecue this, barbecue that, right? But what does that try to do? If you do that to your body over repeatedly, your body has to react in a certain way to tell you to stop.
Right.
You get sick. Being sick is not a bad thing. If y'all didn't know that, it's a warning, especially like a flu. The flu is almost the best thing that you could ever do for your body, because the flu is a warning to say, okay, there's something that you're doing that I don't like anymore. It's too much. When you get the flu or when you get sick, your body automatically doesn't want to do what? You don't want to eat anything. You shouldn't have the mind to eat.
Right.
Just drink fluids and rest. Your body is like, shut down, let me go rest. You get thirsty, let me drink, but you're not really having food on your mind. Right? At least I know I don't. When I get sick, I'm not worried about food. That's why you lose weight. So, but these things are a reset for you to see, oh, damn, I'm doing too much of something. Doing too much of this, doing too much of that. Let me dial it back up. Let me dial it back a little bit. So it's a warning. It's a warning, but you got people that they don't take those warnings and they just keep constantly, as soon as they get over the sickness, they right back in the stress comfort food. So what's your body doing? Well, your body is gaining weight. Your body is getting bigger. That's a sign, right? That's a sign. Then your body reacts in different ways. What do you get? You get bad breath. You get bad body odor. You get all these bad things that are happening. And it's because why? Well, my mental started me on this ride. Watch, go back. Go back to where we at. Read it again and then read down.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 9, verse 14. For the thoughts of mortal men are miserable.
Right.
And our devices are but uncertain.
See, in our misery, we find devices that are uncertain. So, how does a person deal with stress? Well, they eat bad. How does a person deal with anxiety? They drink. How does a person deal with lack of sleep? Stimulants. How does a person deal with lack of trying to get to sleep? Depressants. Our devices are wrong. They're uncertain. They bring a level of uncertainty where, I know if I wake up and I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, I could bust down the hatchet, a Red Bull, a Monster, or this or that, right? I know I can knock those things out and just give me a quick little, right? Quick little jolt. But then what's going to happen a few hours later? I'm going to crash like that plane in China.
Oh, straight
I'm going to do 30,000 miles in a minute. I'm going to go straight down. I took this meteoric rise, and my fall is just as great. And then what do I have to do to keep my mind? Well, I got to go back and get another energy drink or a different stimulant. Right? But up and I'm tired. Man, I don't know how I'll make it today, but let me pray to the Most High and let him give me the way to get through it. Right? And the Most High, he'll put things. I remember one time driving from, this was recently. This was last year. I think I was coming from VA. I was coming from the East Coast, man. VA, New York, somewhere. It was VA because I had my rib with me in the car. Listen. And I was so tired the last 5 hours of driving. I was like out of there. I was so tired and I was like, man, Yahweh, please just get me through this 5 hours. Or it was like 3 hours. I think I was in Beaumont. Right before Beaumont. So that's like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Bro, I set up some quick prayers like, Yahweh, get me through this because I don't want to stop. I got the car got kids in it. We had the kids. I'm like, man, just please get me through this. And what does he do? Brother called me. Hey, Shalom, you got time to talk? Like, hell yeah. And bro, that conversation carried me all the way through till I got to the house. And while I'm talking to this brother and going through script, remember, I'm driving, going through scriptures. I got my phone. My alertness was like, the sleep spirit left me. And now the counsel spirit. You see what I'm saying? But if I was like, man, let me pull over and get a Red Bull, I'd have hit a Red Bull, still been tired as hell. Yep. Still, and then would have had stomach problems and jittery early in the morning. It was crazy, but it's, what am I setting up to get me through? What device am I really using? Yeah. Red Bull is a device. Coffee is a device. You know, energy drinks and pills and alcohol and food, they're different devices, but they're the level of uncertainty. How do you know that they're uncertain? How do you know that Red Bulls and coffee and drugs and liquor, how do you know that they're uncertain? Well, because in order for them to work, I have to up the ante every time. Meaning what? One Red Bull get me by, the little 8 ounce, right? The little 8 ounce joint before that would get me by. Then I'm like, man, you know what? Let me get that 12 ounce because that 8 ounce it ain't working the way it used to. You get that 12 ounce, you're like, oh yeah. And you go along and then you're like, damn, that 12 ounce ain't working. I got to get that 16 ounce because you know Red Bull comes in 8, 12, and 16. Right? And when you get in that 16, you on beast mode. Because the kicker is, after a while, you'll be getting 2 of those a day. And you'll be drinking coffee. And you'll be taking some type of herb stimulant. And your body is just wired. Now, do I have to, if I set up some prayers to the Most High, do I have to yell louder than the last time I prayed for him to hear me? Do I got to pray longer? No, right? I just got to keep an even fervency of my prayer of faith, right? And the Most High answer my prayers. I don't have to go for the 12 ounce can of prayer. And then like, damn, that prayer wearing off. Let me get the 16 ounce can of prayer. No, let me approach the Most High in the same consistent mind, right? With faith, with diligence, with consistency, and he'll give you whatever the hell you want. That's how you know what's certain and what's not. When you eat your food and you're like, damn, man, that was so good. You know what? I know I can only stomach the double meat, but man, let me get that triple meat and a chicken sandwich on top of it to really take me over the top. Yeah. And the next thing you know, you're able to eat 18 things off the menu in one sitting. That ain't good. You got to up the ante every time for these things to work in your favor. Go ahead.
Verse 15.
Right?
For the corruptible body presses down the soul.
See, the corruptible body will press down your soul, but where does it start? Starts in your mind. Where does your body start to be corrupted? Your body doesn't corrupt because it just wants to be. Your body becomes corrupt because your mind, the things you think on and the things you give your body corrupted. Go ahead.
And the earthy tabernacle weigheth down the mind.
See that? And then it's a back and forth catch-22. Because now I'm sick. Remember what's the name on Austin Power? He said, I'm fat because I eat. I eat because I'm fat. Yeah, that's like a catch-22 type of thing. Where you don't eat because you're fat. Doesn't make sense. But you're fat because you eat too much. Right? Then now I eat because I'm fat because the overeating has taken over, so I gotta just give myself everything that I can. right? Your body ain't wore down because your mind, or your mind is not wore down because of your body. But it is, because now I got to ponder upon all my different ailments, right? Think about, like, that's why the scriptures say a life of continuous death is better than a life of continual sickness. Because when a person is sick, what are they doing constantly? In their mind, thinking about, am I ever going to be better? How do I get back to my glory days, right? How do I get back to when I was slim and sexy, young and tender? What?
I was saying that also, and then they bring misery to everybody around them. You know,
They can, if they're projecting.
Right,
Yeah.
they keep on talking about it and stuff like that. Just
They can.
Right.
You're absolutely right. And then it weighs down everybody else's mind. Like, damn, we don't want to be around this person because this is all they're on.
Yep.
Right? So there's a give and take on both ends. There's this, I call it a catch-22 type of situation where, you know, your body is corrupted because of what you told the mind, what the mind told the body. Think about people that have ailments and sicknesses and mentally they're strong. Those people tend to be the ones that what? Live through their diseases. They live past that ailment. They'll beat cancer. They'll beat it, man. They'll go through the treatment. A lot of people expire when they find out a diagnosis or a prognosis. Oh, you got cancer. You got 6 months to live. They die in 4. Because just the thought of having a disease messes with them to the point where they're like, how am I going to come back from this? Right? What?
when I had surgery on my shoulder and I was going to the work hardening, the guy was saying, he goes, man, you advance quicker than anybody I've ever seen.
Yeah.
He said, it's your mind thought. He goes, man, people come in here and they're hurting. They don't want to do nothing.
Yep.
You know, he goes, you come in there, you try to exercise, you do what you got to do. You're the third person I've ever seen to get on the ropes, because you know that rope.
Yeah, the rope is a
He
beast.
says, I've had hundreds of people in here, and you're the third person I ever see get on that thing.
Well, where's your mind at? Your support system, all these different things that you're afforded to be able to keep your body in check. But it starts in the mental and using the good things around you, where a lot of people don't even have the support system.
Right.
That's important when you get sick. That way your mind, they can take you out of your mind. Hey, let's go for a walk. Let's go get some air. People that get sick a lot of the times, what do they want to do? Shut themselves in the house. I mean, you see it. Like, man, this basketball player is crazy. This happened to him. Y'all remember Sean Bradley? He was like 7'6" white dude that played for the Sixers. Anyway, he was in a biking accident. He basically broke his back and was crippled. And he was talking about it like, listen, I get it. You're in a wheelchair, you don't want to do a damn thing. But you got to see the weight that he gained. When he was in the NBA, this dude probably weighed 120 pounds and he was 7 foot tall. He was slim as hell. You got to see him now. He's in that chair and he's huge. And that's going to be a side effect of not being able to move around. But mentally, you gotta figure something out mentally. Right? Even if you have the fortitude to say, well, I know I can't move around, let me get on a certain type of diet. That's not going to let me put on these calories and put on this weight. And then that's like adding insult to injury, man.
That's true.
Where you get hurt and then now you gain weight, and then the weight is helping the injuries to not heal. Right? Now, why am I going through all of this and we talking about this leprosy and all this? Well, because these are the things that the priests were assessing. Just bringing it back to the point. These are the things that the priests were assessing when the people fell sick. Like right now, I got the sniffles, a little bit under the weather. The priest would bring me into the room and say, hold up, bro, what's going on with you? And they would quarantine me for 7 days. And they would talk to me. And I would have to confess my faults. Yeah, I was doing such and such. Because we weren't just walking around sick as hell. I don't know if y'all knew that, but we just weren't. We weren't walking around sick. We weren't walking around just with ailments until when? Remember when Yahweh Shai was healing people with leprosy and say, look, go to the priest and sin no more. Go do this and sin no more. He would always say, sin no more. Because you're not going to get hit with these things if you're not sinning. Remember, righteousness is immortal. Right? But men call death to them through sin. That death does not come in the form of always you smoke a blunt and then you end up in a casket. You smoke that blunt, you go to work, they fire you, you get into a bad situation, you get evicted, you end up homeless, you get beat up by the homeless people, you get on drugs. Like there's scenarios that happen, it's drawn out. And then what happens? 8 years later, you die in the streets. Because you smoked a blunt 8 years ago, went to work high. That's death. You see that? The Most High doesn't work on our time, he works on his own time.
That's right.
So that our death has been drawn out. But the priests are gonna sit back and say, wait a minute, what's going on? Why are you sick? Why are you bumpy? Why you got pimples? Right? Why you got scabs all over you? Chicken pox, and we wasn't walking around with chicken pox and polio. Yeah, that's not a child, like, oh, that's just a childhood disease. Chicken pox, polio, mumps. That's the one, mumps is the jaw one, right? Right? That wasn't, that's just, just kids stuff. Like, remember you got chicken pox? It's like, oh, well, everybody got to get it?
Yep.
Bro, we wasn't walking around with chicken pox. That would be considered a form of leprosy. That was spreadable. Because if he got chicken pox, remember when I got chicken pox, I got it from the homeboy. One of the homies, right? He had it. I remember he got it. And then, I'll never forget this. He ended up getting it. But he was gone from school for like 2 weeks. But then they let him come back to school when all the bumps were dried up. Mm-hmm. And he just had scabs that would just fall off. But he shouldn't have been there anyway, scabbed up like that, because the likelihood of one of those bumps being still moist with disease was high. And all it took was a chicken. And so I ended up getting chicken pox. I got it from him. And I gave it to my little brother and my little sister. Spreadable disease, man. That wasn't something that you were supposed to get. Wasn't rolling around with shit. I don't know. Go through any scripture to show me, like, oh yeah, and the mumps. You'll get those at every child of the age of 7 will have mumps, chicken pox, right? What's the kid that's measles? What the hell's a measle? A bunch of red dots? Do black people get measles? Or is that white people?
I don't know.
You ever got measles?
I think that's white people.
Do they? Y'all ever got mumps?
I never got mumps. Never measles.
Mumps is when your jaw locks, right? Is that mumps?
No.
Something to do with your jaw? Or hair? Your thyroid?
Smells,
Right. Mumps. Tonsillitis. Why the hell would you get tonsillitis? That's an inflammation of your tonsil. Why does that happen? Well, you ate something. Something you ate. It's not, oh yeah, let's take that out. He doesn't need it. Oh, remember that was a thing, like, oh, I got my tonsils removed. That was a thing, like.
Yeah. I wanted my tonsils removed too.
That was a thing, because you had some days off from school.
Yeah.
That was it. But, bro, we didn't just have our tonsils removed. Like, cats just walking around with swollen ass throats and swollen tonsils. That just wasn't a thing like that. That started happening through the things we gave our body and we gave ourselves as adults, and then we fed it to our children mentally, spiritually, physically.
Right.
Now they got measles, mumps, tonsillitis, chicken pox. You see what I'm saying? I mean, do kids get chicken pox these days?
I believe so.
Really?
It's not disappeared.
Oh, well, but now it's COVID. Right? Now it's COVID. It's BA2, right? That's the new Delta variant, Deltacron, right? Now you gotta live with that. Now you gotta live with, like, these diseases you can't even see, but you can feel. And the ones you can feel, opposed to the ones you can see, they hit hard. COVID hits hard, bro. That hits harder than chicken pox. I think I like having chicken pox, because I don't remember really even being really sick. You got a quick little headache. You sat in the tub with oatmeal. Right? You scratched, that was it. Calamine, you scratched a lot. That was the worst part.
I had to wear oven mitts.
Really? Because you were scratching? Yeah. Because when you scratched it, they try to say when you scratch it would spread.
Yeah.
It's already all over my body. How's it going to spread anymore? But you would irritate it and it wouldn't heal properly. We wasn't walking around with these diseases, man.
And it can lead to lupus.
Really?
You have chicken pox later in life, you get lupus.
Right. Damn. And lupus is autoimmune. Yeah. Shingles. Y'all know about the shingles? The shingles it's a form of chicken pox, but it's on your back. That deals with your nerve endings, where you feel like somebody's cutting you with razors. and then pouring salt inside of it, and lemon juice, and battery acid. That'll incapacitate you. Shingles, it's like a, but this is the thing. Shingles is a form of, if I'm not mistaken, shingles is a form of herpes. It's like a herpes simplex or complex. It's not the vaginal or it's not that herpes, but it's a form of herpes the way it reacts in the body. It lays dormant, then when it's ready, boom, hit the nerve endings, and you burn it. Yeah, it's bad. I knew somebody that had that, and bro, if she wasn't taking the meds, you would not see her for weeks because it would hit her and then she wouldn't even be able to walk because her back would just be messed up. Yeah, but again, we weren't walking around with shingles. Abraham wasn't walking around with shingles and catching the common cold. Like Abraham wasn't. Where do you read the common cold in the Bible? See, those things started happening because we broke Leviticus 11. You see that? Because we started relying on our own selves and we didn't do what the Most High wanted. So now you got the common cold, the common flu. Remember, these things, the cold, the flu, are warnings that you're overdoing it. But if you kept moderation, you didn't need something to warn you. Right? You were already in moderation. What?
It's contagious though, right? But you know, like the Native Americans.
Of course,
that's
it's
what
contagious.
That's what wiped out half the Native Americans when the white man came over with the common cold.
Yeah.
That and the flu.
Yeah, you're right. But the point is, why did they wipe them out? Because they never had it.
Right. They really had no sicknesses.
Why? Why did they really have no sicknesses? I mean, they would have all probably died of lung cancer anyway, because they were smoking the peace pipes.
That's true.
They would have probably all got wiped out regardless. But think about it. You just proved my whole point with that one statement. The natives came from a whole different land, right? Gad and they came from, and they all came from a whole different land. And then another people came with disease that were ridden with disease. Why were they ridden with disease? Why was the white man able to come and bring disease to our people?
Right.
Well, the white man didn't wash. He didn't wash himself, right? He wore his drawers so they disintegrated off his body, right? They didn't clean themselves when they came about them caves. They lived in caves. They ate whatever was available on the land. They ate whatever. We taught them what to eat, what not to eat.
Right.
So it's easy to have disease when you're not bathing, when you're mentally just destroyed and physically destroyed, right? Were we destroyed? Yeah, but not to that level where we just walk around diseased.
Okay.
So they were able to introduce that to us by way of, here's a blanket filled with smallpox.
Yep.
Here's a blanket with anthrax. Here's a blanket with this, a blanket with that. Let me get next to you. I know I'm sick. Let me get next to you and cough on you real quick. They had no immunity against those things. But what were they dealing with? For the most part, Gad and them, they were eating clean animals. The buffalo was a clean animal, right? Their water source was clean. They knew, okay, water that was running. Let's deal with that. Again, they was hitting that tobacco, so that would have wiped them out anyway.
Right.
But see, that's a slow death.
Okay.
Again, you smoke one cigarette, it ain't gonna kill you. But you become a chain smoker, what's gonna happen? Through time, you're gonna destroy your lungs, develop throat, lung, stomach, mouth cancers that take a toll on the body and they take time to break you down. Cigarettes a long-term death. Smoking is a long-term death. You see that? Drug abuse is long-term. Alcoholism, cirrhosis of the liver, those things are long-term deaths that you could be an alcoholic for 40 years. Right? I had a cousin. Me and my cousin I think he might be a year or two older than me. He died 3 years ago. He was an alcoholic. He was an alcoholic for 20 years of his life, to the point where his damn heart blew up. And he was on a pacemaker. Think about it.
Please.
He was on a pacemaker. He had heart problems. He had all these, and he was just pounding the liquor, man. And he went into the hospital. I think he went into the hospital during the COVID times, and he got worse in the hospital, and he passed away. But that drinking didn't help. He was drinking for a long time. But his dad was drinking longer than him. His dad's still alive. Closet drinkers.
Damn.
Oh yeah, he'd just get faded. My cousin would get faded and crash the car. Yeah, he'd drive and crash into a parked car, like the whole car. I remember one time I remember I was in New York. I remember this, and I'm in the apartment, and he's coming over, and you know, from the apartment, it's high up, but you can hear all the noise going on. And I remember, man, I just hear like people yelling at each other, and I look out the window, and it's him yelling at the cops. They pulled him over for something, and he just starts going in, and I'm like, this dude's gonna get killed. He's just going off. We go down there, you know, they let him go, whatever, but he was faded. So that didn't last. He only went to 40-something years old, where his pops is 70, damn near 80 years old. Yeah. So it's different for different people. The drinking, the smoking, the drugs, different effect, but the lasting effect is going to be death. Remember when they said Adam immediately appointed death into our people? Bro, they didn't die right away. He appointed death into his generations. So what was it showing? That through the generations we were going to die from these different curses, from the bad eating, from the bad mind state. But here's the warning. The Most High speak once. Boop. Got a pimple. What's going on here, buddy? Yay twice. Oh, damn. What's happening? Why are you itching? Right? Why are you itching? Wait a minute. Oh, you got wool on? You got wool breeches? They were supposed to be linen. That's why you're itching. Right? Most High speak once, yea twice. Man perceiveth it not. So now the Most High has to up the ante. That's why you get hypertension, blood pressure, this, that. He's upping the ante. Right? And then what? Babies is dying of weird diseases. Little children are dying. There was a woman, man, she was in her 20s, had a heart attack on the airplane. They still don't know why she had a heart attack. She had a heart attack on the airplane. She was like 23 years old. She worked out. I had another friend. I had another friend when I was in Colorado. We was both 16, same age. Bruh, we used to play ball. I'm talking about we used to go hard. We used to play ball. We used to go at each other. He used to play ball for his school. I used to play ball for my school. He died on the basketball court. He died on the his heart stopped. And we used to play ball. I'm talking about we were in tip-top shape. No drugs. You know, we probably ate our bad food, but no drugs, no alcohol. We were in our teens. Bro, he dropped dead on the basketball court in Chicago. And I think he was 20 years old, something like that. He died early. Dang. And I'm thinking like, damn, so I can go on the court and just die? Well, mentally, where are you at? Physically, what are you doing with your body? We're in our 40s and we still run up and down the court like we 20, or try to at least. Right? And my heart hasn't exploded yet by the grace of the Most High. But what am I giving myself? What devices do I rely on in the times of trouble? Y'all see that? This is what the priests were looking at with this leprosy. Go back. They were assessing these different things in man, women, and children.
Leviticus chapter 13, verse 5.
Right?
And the priest shall look on him the seventh day, and behold, if the plague in his sight be at a stain, and the plague spread not in the skin, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days more.
Listen, even hair loss for men, male pattern baldness, stop. That wasn't a thing. Y'all know that, right? Why didn't the Bible got to come back and tell us if a man's hair falls off, he's clean? If his hair falls off, because that wasn't a common thing. It wasn't common for your hair to just fall out. Let's go back to Wisdom of Solomon. He created all things to have his being, and the world was healthful. When you lose your hair, that's a sign of some type of lack of deficiency. Mineral, food, or too much of something. It's an imbalance chemically. It just is. There's no such thing as male pattern baldness, like that's a norm. It's not the norm. It's not. Because when a woman starts losing her hair, we start looking like, okay, what's wrong with her? Right? Or do we say, oh, that's just woman pattern, what woman pattern baldness? WPD. Hell no. We like, okay, sis, you got to get you some oils, you got to change your diet, you got the alopecia, you got to do this, you got to do that. Like, being bald just wasn't common. It wasn't a common thing. These things happen to show, wait a minute, there's a lack of something. There's something that you were doing early that, for some, is just irreversible. about it. Think about the human body and how the Most High made it. He said he made us in our image. Yahweh Shai was 33 years old with a big ass fro. A lot of cats start going bald at 19. 20. You hit 21 and you bald already? So how are you in the image of Christ, even physically? We weren't supposed to just be losing our hair like that. You gotta just think about it. Why would he have to put it in here that, wait a minute, when you see this man losing his hair, he's not a leper. That's a dirty leper. He's clean. Clean leprosy. Why did he have to say that? Because it was a level of leprosy to lose your hair. Y'all are like, wait, what? Watch, it's going to tell you. Watch. Because when the hair fell out of those different places, that was considered a leprosy. We're going to read it. Go ahead.
Verse 6. And the priest shall look on him again the 7th day.
Right.
And behold, if the plague be somewhat dark, and the plague spread not in the skin, the priest shall pronounce him clean.
Right. Dark, scabbing over, didn't spread. He's good. It's healing. Go ahead.
It is but a scab.
Right. Go ahead.
He shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the scab spread much abroad
right.
in the skin, after that he had been seen of the priest for his cleansing, he shall be seen of the priest again.
Right.
And if the priest sees that, behold, the scab spread in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is leprosy.
Right, because it's spreading. You know, you got those skin eating diseases, you got those rashes. It was a form of leprosy, some type of disease. Go ahead.
When the plague of leprosy is in a man, then he shall be brought unto the priest.
Right.
And the priest shall see him, and behold, is a writing be white in the skin, and it hath turned the hair white, and there be quick raw flesh in the writing.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Who's next? Oh. Michael, Shabbat Dashah, Yahawada, Banya Sha'ala. I Michael. Right.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shabbarakatam.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shabbarakatam. Baby. Read. We gotta get more coals. Do you? Yeah, we probably gotta borrow a few till we I'm gonna order this up. So, 2 days. This? Amazon. This was not the one to have though. This thing got so hot it melted it. We gotta get something a little bit more sturdy. We had different materials. It only lasted a few months. Looks nice. Very decorative. Where we at?
It's the book of Leviticus chapter 13 and verse 11. It is an old leprosy in the skin of his flesh, and the priest shall pronounce him unclean, and shall not shut him up, for he is unclean. And if a leprosy break out abroad in the skin, and the leprosy cover all the skin of him that hath the plague from his head even to his foot, wheresoever the priest looketh, then the priest shall consider, and behold, if the leprosy have covered all his flesh, he shall pronounce him clean that have the plague. it is all turned white, he is clean.
Right, so what they will call today vitiligo, what happens? Well, there's a slow loss of pigment that eventually takes over the entire body. Some people it happens faster than others. Michael Jackson, they say he had vitiligo. I mean, yeah, they said that's what he had. I'm sure his entire body was overtaken with the vitiligo.
He's going along the lines of albinism.
Well, no, because with that, you'd have to lose the pigmentation in, like the albinoism, you would lose the pigmentation in your eyebrows and your hair also. The albinoism, they lost the pigmentation in their hair. And you know, the thing with albinoism also, there's other diseases. People that have that albinoism, they don't just have that. A lot of them are born with autoimmune disease. A lot of them are born with these other underlying conditions that you're like, wow, the albinoism is just the outward part of that. But they have a lot of different conditions. There was one sister I remember I was talking to in the mall, man, years ago, and she had it. And she was like, yeah, as a kid, even now, she just, you can look at her skin, even though there was no pigment, parts of her skin were raw, kind of raw looking, because she couldn't, that pigmentation is like a barrier, man. So there's certain things she couldn't put on her skin. There was certain fabrics she couldn't even wear. It would rub too hard on her.
Wow.
Yeah. So that caused different diseases to pop up because of her skin. You know, I'm not saying all, but for the most part, when you look into that, the albinoism, there's other things that are associated, like real bad disease. A lot of them don't live a long life. You know, a lot of them don't live past a certain age. You know, vitiligo is a little bit different. Vitiligo is a little bit different. That's, from what I understand, that's just a strict loss of pigmentation, where there's no other. I haven't heard that there's any other things associated disease-wise or sickness-wise with it. You know, and again, it just, for some people, it's faster than others. Some people, they start losing it, and a year later, it's all gone. Some people, it takes years. So, yeah. Go ahead.
Verse 14. But when raw flesh appeareth in him, he shall be unclean. And the priest shall see the raw flesh and pronounce him to be unclean.
Go ahead.
For the raw flesh is unclean.
Yeah, raw flesh is unclean because it's bloody, pussy, mucus, all that disease is in that raw. That's why you're not supposed to eat your meat raw. All that disease is in the raw flesh, pus and blood. Go ahead.
It is a leprosy. Or if the raw flesh turn again and be changed unto white, he shall come unto the priest. And the priest shall see him, and behold, if the plague turn into white, then the priest shall pronounce him clean that have the plague. He is clean. And the flesh also, in which even in the skin thereof was a boil, and is healed. And in the place of the boil there be a white rising, or a bright spot, white and somewhat reddish, and it be showed to the priest. And if, when the priest see it, behold, it be in sight lower than the skin, and the hair thereof be turned white, the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague of leprosy broken out of the boil. But
yeah, a boil. See, think about it. A boil. What's inside of a boil that the tip of a boil looks white? Why? Because it's filled with pus. Those white heads, you got black heads, right? We didn't walk around with boils on our body and pimple. We just didn't. There was a reason why you got these things. Go ahead.
But if the priest look on it, and behold, there be no white hairs therein, and if it be not lower than the skin, but be somewhat dark, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days. And if it spread much abroad in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague. But if the bright spot stay in his place and spread not, it is a burning boil, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. Or if there be any flesh in the skin whereof there is a hot burning, and the quick flesh that burneth have a white bright spot, somewhat reddish or white, then the priest shall look upon it, and behold, if the hair in the bright spot be turned white, and it be in sight deeper than the skin, it is a leprosy broken out of the burning. Wherefore the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is the plague of leprosy. But if the priest look on it, and behold, there be no white hair in the bright spot, and it be no lower than the other skin, but be somewhat dark, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days. And the priest shall look upon him the 7th day, and if it be spread much abroad in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague of leprosy. And if the bright spot stay in his place, and spread not in the skin, but it be somewhat dark, it is a rising of the burning.
Yeah, you ever hear like skin melanoma? Like skin melanomas, it's easier to see on black people than white people. They're already white. And then they'll do these little skin examinations and they'll see a little white spot.
Okay.
Melanomas, cancers. Easier to catch on us. Why? Well, because I shouldn't have no white spots on me. Right? It's easier to catch a white spot than on dark skin or on brown skin than to catch it on white skin. You see that? So that's why a lot of white people, a lot of Edomites, what happens? They'll be having skin melanomas for years and they won't catch it in time. They die of cancer. Because that melanoma doesn't spread throughout their whole body underneath the skin. That's why they gotta wear their sunblock. Their blue, their UV 40, UV 20. I never wore a sunblock in my life. For what? You know what's funny? You get sunburned?
I do.
You get sunburned? You get sunburned? You get sunburned?
I did one time.
See, he's my complexion. He's darker than me. I don't get sunburned. You know what I do get? I get muscle aches. If I sit in the sun too long and I know my body is burned, yeah, my back and my shoulders will start to ache. But my skin won't peel or do any of that.
I get stiff.
Yeah, see, you get stiff. But I'm like, oh yeah. Like, you take it, I don't remember the last time I went to a beach. But too much sun, my body will, I get burnt, I get real brown like this desk, right? But then my body starts to just not function the right way. It starts to just hurt. Soreness. Yeah, you want to say something?
Yeah, kind of. When I was younger, I used to basically live in the sun. I was dark, super dark, but working during nights.
You even out.
But, I never got sunburned when I was younger. I started getting sunburned when I was getting older because I stayed out of the sun more. I realized that.
And your body got used to that environment. And then when
Right.
you go back to it, it's like when you were a child, you weren't sick as much.
Oh, come on.
Then as soon as you become old and you know how to wash and clean and disinfect, when you get sick, it hits you so hard, you damn near gotta lay down for 2 weeks. Why? Because as a child, think about it. You run around barefoot, you touch everything. Your diversity to disease is more vast. As a child, why? Because what do kids do? What does my son do? When we outside and I'm doing my little whack gardening, he's out there eating the dirt. Yeah, that's what he does. He's out there eating the dirt, right, falling inside the mud, right? He's running through the grass, right? He's playing with the compost. He's doing all that stuff, man. And what is it doing? Well, it's helping him to build up his diversity in diseases. You pull them into the house and they get video games and all that stuff, and when they get sick, and it shuts them down because their diversity is not there.
Right.
That's the difference. Where we at?
Leviticus chapter 13 and verse 28.
Okay.
It is a rising of the burning, and the priest shall pronounce him clean, for it is an inflammation of the burning.
See that? You got inflammations of the think about that. You got inflammation in your skin. Those are those bacterial diseases. Those are those different, those boils, and you got you deal with certain plants, poison ivy. You rub up on that thing inflames your skin, and it gives you that real bad rash on your skin. You got different plants that will do that. So you got to kind of know your plants. I wouldn't be able to tell you what poison ivy looked like. If it was, I wouldn't even know. To be honest, I wouldn't even know. You know, you touch it, you touch your eyes, you touch your face, you're done. You are finished. So remember, we were dealing with different plants in the wilderness. Another thing you were dealing with. What else were you dealing with that can give you these diseases? Because we don't want to make it seem like, oh, you're just a sinner. What else were you dealing with daily? Or you should have been dealing with daily. They have 4 legs.
Oh, wow.
They're animals, man. They out in the field. They're out in the grass. They're grazing. They get diseases. So you're dealing with them. Something could jump from them to you.
It's true.
Yeah, different diseases that live in animals, they destroy human flesh, man. Like that trichinosis worm that could just live inside of a pig. Let that little worm get inside your gut and see what it does to your stomach.
Oh.
Let a bot fly. You know those bot flies? That they live on animals, and let one of them bot fly larvae. That's why I started watching TikTok, man. Because all TikTok was them pulling out. All it was extractions, pulling bot flies out of people's skin, ears, and pimples. I'm like, this is what TikTok's about, and weird TikTok dances. But they pulling out bot flies out of like they'd have a lump this big on their arm or on their back somewhere, their face, and then when they go in and pull it out with the tweezers, they leave a hole this big in one of their pores, and they're pulling out a fly larvae. Because the fly come, land on your arm, doo-doo on it, inject its larvae into your arm, and that thing sits in you and grows. And it's painful. And then you got to go to the doctor. You can't just squeeze him out, because then it's going to break and pus and leave all that filth, that gooey goodness of a larvae inside of you. So you got to go and get the tweezers and listen, the hole is so big you can put the tweezer head in there. The long ones that they use. Are they? Yeah. Like a forest. Yeah. Bro, and they could put the whole head in and pull the fly out. That thing come out this big. Ah! Oh no. Oh no. Right? Botfly larvae in you. And man, there's so many different things that can attach into your pores and your skin. And that's why it was important after you dealt with your animals. Right? You didn't just go deal with the animals and go lay in the bed. You took off your clothes from that outside work, whatever you was doing, and you washed your garment, and you kept it moving. So dealing with your animals can bring forth different level of disease that would affect the human body that you wouldn't really see on the animals. Why? Because they're already equipped to deal with certain level of bugs and germs. Listen, go cut a sheep's wool and go see what's up under that wool. Go cut a dog's fur and go see what's up under that dog's fur. You got ticks, fleas. Think about it. A tick can attach to you. When that thing attached, they tell you better get a way to break his teeth out. When that tick goes in, he's in there head first. And if you pull him, you just gonna get the back part, and his teeth and claws are gonna be still stuck in you. So you gotta find a way to separate his little mandibles to pull him off. Cause they do this. They crimp on, and boom, and lock it. Oh. See what?
One time when I was younger, the way we'll do it was, cause my cousin, we had a lot of dogs and stuff, and my cousin don't have them, And what we'll do, we'll light up a cigarette, and we'll have to like burn it, and then you'll see it come out.
What? The flea? What?
The tick.
The tick.
Yeah,
Damn.
it'll literally take off.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you gotta de-tick your animals and deworm your animals. And cats. They say cats, filthy creatures.
Yep.
Filthy, filthy creatures. Because they carry a worm that can affect you. There's a worm that they have inside of them that can affect humans. Kind of the hole that's left afterwards is pulled out is huge and just nasty. Yeah. Like you got gunshot wound. Telling you. But these things happen because of you in the wilderness. Think about it. You're going to be in the wilderness, but then not just the wilderness. These were things to take when you got civilized to be able to understand how to be civil and clean. What?
Man, I don't even bring this up, but I was looking at a documentary about, they call pygmies people in Africa.
Okay.
Okay, these people that they just live in the forest, and they actually know every single plant that's in the forest. They say they're
like little small little people.
Right, real small people. It's like over 11 to 12,000 species of plants. They just know them because they teach their kids.
By look.
But yeah, just by this, all the way to this, so they know what to do. They say we're civilized, man. Those people know what they're doing over there.
Yeah, because they're probably, I think they're one of the few tribes that haven't been civilized by man. They just still live out in the open. They got the redskin.
Yes. Come.
Yeah, they're the one, but they're the ones that let you sleep with their wife to show you that they're.
Oh, really?
They're free. Yeah, that's them.
Oh, okay.
They'll let you like their gesture of come on in, we're a friend.
Okay,
They give you their wife for the night.
Damn.
And they sleep outside.
Yeah, that's off.
That's what they're on.
Yeah.
It's weird.
But
So
the
yeah, you
intelligence of them though to know that, you know.
Well,
that's
to know
just
that
like-
about plants, but to know how to give a man your wife.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a little weird, but
Then you ain't.
I have a cat and was petting her and saw fleas in her fur due to the sunlight. And turned out she had a bunch of them all over her, like her ears and paw. Yeah, you got to get talcum powder or some type of powder. I remember my grandpa did it one time, man. The dog had puppies. And he grabbed some type of powder. And he grabbed the puppies and started pouring it on the puppies, and you just seen the fleas jump off the puppies. They literally jumped off the dog. I don't know what type of, it might have been talcum powder.
Wow.
Yeah, but the flea, I mean, bruh, ain't nobody taking their animals to the vet in Jamaica. Your dogs run wild in the yard. They eat whatever they can get on. They eat their babies. They eat whatever, lizards. So fleas is the least. But he got some powder, man. He just put it on the puppy, set him down, and you can just see the fleas just start hopping off the puppy. I was like, damn. So you got to de-flea your animal. Especially if your animal, I mean, think about it. They're on the floor. They're on the floor. Their paws are on the floor all the time. They rub it on the floor. Dogs, they just, like the... Listen, I just seen my neighbor. They put down some manure for their little garden and stuff. The cat next door walks up to the manure, sniffs it, lays and rolls around in it. This is a house cat. This is one of those like real expensive cats, like the you know them real expensive cats.
Instead of cat.
Yeah, he just rolled around in the doo doo. So I'm like, wow, okay. So you about to go right back into the house? Yep. That's what he's gonna do. And he gonna lay up on the bed, purr. Oh my God, come here, little cat. Jump on the couch. Hell nah. That's why like people be having dogs in their bed. I don't give a damn.
Yep.
How many times you shower that dog? That dog needs his own bed.
Yep.
Dogs in like, bro. Even a dog in the car was hard for me to do when I had my dog. You gotta get him to the vet. But I'm like, man, you putting the dog in the car, that's like, wow, that's insane. I would tie my dog to the back of the truck, like the bed. Tie him up and just let him sit in the bed of the truck. I wouldn't put him in my car. It's a dog. It's a dog. It's an animal. They do animal things, right? So you got to worry about having your animals and staying away from disease that way. Watch, when we go get the lamb in 2 weeks, and when brothers walk to that slaughterhouse, I want you to do a big inhale. First thing you do is just taking all the doo-doo, blood, filth in that air. Pee, it's just gonna smell like blood, pee, and poop. That's it. Just breathe it in. And you never get used to it. Because every time they slaughter an animal, that blood smell just gets stronger. And the poop smell, because when they kill the damn animal, it starts to poo on itself.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe that.
It just starts dropping little pebbles. It loses all its faculties, right? It becomes very incontinent. So it's blood and poop always. It never gets old. You're going to be there. You need to be there. Yeah. You need to see that.
I've never been.
You got to see it.
Yeah, I got
You
my
got to
days
be
off
there.
already, so I'm gonna go.
So, anyhow, I grew up on a farm and they use seven dust for ticks and fleas on plants and in the garden. Yeah, probably 7 dust. Probably. It was a long time ago, so yeah, but yeah, I mean, animals are ridden with bugs that if they bite you, they'll give you diseases. So that's what the priest was checking for, these different diseases, these different leprosies that were going to run through your skin, snakes that will bite you. You get bit on the foot, you got to amputate the whole leg to the thigh. It's flesh-eating disease.
Damn.
When we're talking about the ticks and stuff, people get piojos. They get lice.
Lice, yeah?
Con.
Get lice.
Yeah?
Just want to throw it out there. You filthy in the head or something.
Well, and lice is, what does lice need to live? Because you don't have to be a dirty person to have lice. You just have to have the right conditions. Lice don't like oily scalp.
Yep.
Right? So my scalp is oily as hell. I've never had lice. I remember when my kids first start going to school. And I remember they came, it was your pa, she came home. It was your pa? Was it Noah also? I think it was just the girls, man. They got hit with the head lice. They got hit. And what we had to do, drown their head in olive oil and wrap it up and just let it sit. And then you get the little comb and you comb it out. And they've been good ever since. Now you know, keep your scalp oil. I'll be on Noah all the time, bro. Get a little olive oil. That's all it is. A little olive oil and some other stuff, boom. And keep your scalp oil. And you won't get piojos. Piojos. I remember. That was hitting me.
Environment.
That was, huh?
They're good. They're good with the clean environments. If it's nice and dry,
Yeah,
that's what they want.
That's what they want. They want dry, like even bed bugs. You don't got to be a dirty person to get bed bugs. You got to be next to a dirty ass person to get bed bugs. All you got to do is stand next to a person that got it, or put on the wrong thing, or let a bed bug be in his book right here, and crawl over to my book, close that book, put it in my bag. There it is, the start of the infection. It takes one to infest. Listen, I remember way back in Colorado, I had to move out of a house. I gave up a whole house because I had this Hamite. He needed a spot. Gave him a room. He infested my whole house from the upstairs to the downstairs.
Wow.
I left that house, bro. They were in the walls. There was nothing you could do. They was coming out light sockets. Like, that house is condemned.
Wow.
Yeah, it was bad. It was a nice house. Right in Montbello. Nice house, man. Yeah. Get that house up. Why? Because Ham, he was young cat, got into some situation, couldn't live in his own house, so put him up, and boom, he brought that filth back. I ain't never had that. I'm talking about when you got to get rid of all your mattresses. I almost threw away my whole wardrobe. Bro, I can tell you how they didn't get into the closets and mess with the wardrobe. But bro, they was in the walls. He moved the bed back. They was everywhere. They all came from, they came from the room that he was in, that he was using. It's crazy. So once you get something like that, there's no getting them out. They just ain't. They can lay dormant for 6 months.
Damn.
Yeah, they can lay. They don't need to eat. They can lay dormant for 6 months, as long as it ain't too hot. They can just chill right there until they get that. They smell that blood, and then all they do, they bite, and they just keep reproducing, and they like to stay in the little dark hidden areas. Yeah. Yep. I went through a lot of anguish dealing with that.
They can sense your oxygen levels.
Huh?
They can sense your oxygen levels.
Oh, is that what it is?
When you sleep, it's like a certain level of oxygen you put out. And they can sense it, so that's when they come out and bite you.
And bite you. Yeah, bro.
They know what stage of sleep you're in.
And when they bite you, this is the coldest part. Because I remember I would wake up and just, like, man, why am I sick? Like, I wasn't sick last night. You know, you wake up and you feel kind of just a little woozy and just, like, what the hell? And then I had some weird little bump. Like, what the hell? Right? And the kicker was, I remember I went in, one of my daughters, they were young. She was like maybe 6 months old. And her whole legs was bit up. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here? So I'm looking and I don't see nothing. Right? And not knowing what's going on, put her back, waking up, arms bit up, everything. I'm like, yo, what? So when I end up ripping back her little mattress, I was like, oh, snap, bed bugs. And I still didn't know what they were. I'm just like, what the hell is this? So I started killing them, took the mattress out. Then I started researching. And when you do the research, and they talk about they got to get a whole team to come in and literally heat the house up to a certain level, and that still won't get them. I was like, yeah, we ain't doing that.
It's expensive.
We ain't doing that. I foreclose on this right now. We ain't doing that. I had to move, bro. It was bad.
I would too.
It was bad. Like, I had my uncle staying with me. This was a big house. I had my uncle staying downstairs, and he was getting hit. This dude brought that in and made the whole house, all 3 levels of the house were done. Because it stayed so long, we didn't know it. We didn't know what was going on. That house was done. That house is done. It was a nice house. It was a nice house. Yeah, so.
Don't go to the curb, man.
Oh, he was gone. But see, this is the thing. He was already gone. He was gone already. He stayed for a little bit and then he was gone. When I had my kids and stuff, he had to go. But he left that behind. He left that token of his appreciation behind. Thanks for letting me stay. Here's these bed bugs, these little round things. It was bad. I had never had that ever in my life, bro. I never knew what that was. You know, you think certain things is for white people. Nah, certain things is for everybody.
That's true.
You know, it's a check. The Most High is checking you. When you plague your house with pestilence and disease, that's a check. Wake the hell up. Change your ways. You know? So, where we at? Let's read on.
I finished my portion.
Really? Okay. Where we at? Who's next? Yeah. You got to be careful. Now, go into the movies. This is why I was not a big movie goer. Still not. Bro, it just takes one filthy person to go to the movies and sit there and the bed bug bungee jumps from his shoulder to yours.
Or headlights.
Or headlights bungee jumps from his. I keep my scalp greased. Plus, I ain't got no hair, so can't live up here. You know what I'm saying? But it just takes one to.
That's it.
Listen. When I remember when I had got it. So one of my dad's friends was like, "Yeah, you basically you got to move because they could hide." He said he knew a guy. He was getting these bites on his stomach, like around his stomach area. He didn't know what was going on, and he would, he said he had the mind to flip his belt buckle on the other side and look, and when he looked, it was just bed bugs in the belt buckle because they can hide. Bro, they're so small they can hide. Bro, they can hide in anything. The seam, the zipper seam.
Really?
Yeah, bro. The seam of. If a bed bug wanted to hide right under this fringe and just chill there, come out, get a bite, run back. That's how they do it. And then they'll multiply in the meantime. Yeah, bro, that's what was happening. So you got to check your mattress. But.
Can you actually see them or do you need like them?
No, you can see them because the bigger they get red. When they first start out, you can't see them. They're microscopic and then they become white. And they're real small and white, but the more they feed, they become red and they become round. They're real flat, so they can get real flat and hide under anything. Anything, millimeters of space. And they're in there. Yeah, I'm talking about, bruh. the snap back of the cap, bro, anything. any little seam that they can fit under, they'll fit under and they'll sit there until it's time to eat. The best way to kill them, you got to do it, is get a steamer and you steam your mattress. Steam. They can't live under that steam. That kills them. That wipes them out. Steam your mattress. Steam your different things. You got to, things like that you do. What they say, like April spring cleaning. Bro, when you, first, I keep a mattress cover on my mattress anyway. But you got to take it off and wash it. I steam my mattresses just off the trauma of dealing with that. Bro, I steam things. I keep a steamer and just steam my mattresses and steam the car seat sometimes, the couch. I'll go through and steam the couch. I remember when you gave me that one couch. That's the first thing I did. I steamed it. Because it kills dust mites. It kills, it ain't saying you have bed bugs, but dust mites, all those different things are killed with steam, that heat. You know what I mean? And then you vacuum them up. So it's good practice. I used to go to hotels and steam mattresses.
Yeah, that's my biggest fear.
Bruh.
That's my fear.
It's bad. They're not taking care of them sheets the way you would. Remember, everybody uses those sheets in that mattress. All they're doing is pulling off and putting on. Yep. Mm-hmm. Anything could be under those sheets, under those mattresses. So I go to hotels and like when we travel, I'm in full garment. Socks and sweats. I'm not in shorts, exposed skin. Nah, I'm not doing that. Nah, I'm scary like that. It's hard for me to get comfortable. But there was a time I used to walk around with a small handheld steamer, and I would steam the mattress. Anyway. Everybody's level of clean is different.
That's true.
Elijah Shabbat Shal, Yashakar, Ban Yashala, Imagine, Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Braktham.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Braktham. Yeah, everybody's level of clean is different, man.
I'll say something.
What? What's up?
I admire your cleanness because I'm not like that. But my wife, one thing I learned about my wife, she's always been the type of person. She goes clean something. They say the restroom, she's in there for like 7 hours.
Going in.
You talk about scrubbing the floor and doing it.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know what? I'm glad I had somebody like that because I'm not like that. So
I'm not that meticulous, but you have to, because man, when you got when you have kids and small kids and they just go outside and just pick things up and walk back in the house with it, and at one time we had the dog. The dog wants to try to be upstairs. I'm like, nah, man, take your ass downstairs in the garage. Like, bro, the dog runs around and just wants to roll around, and then you wonder why, airborne pathogens and your breathing, why it's bad. Well, because there's so much stuff in the air. Like, if you could look at the stuff that's floating in this air right now, it'll blow your damn mind what's floating around in this air right now. And half of it is dead skin, just off of our skin. And then dead flies, and dust bites, and dust mites, and dead roaches, and dead this, and bird poop, and all the stuff that's just, there's ways to see it. They know how to blacklight the air, and you can see what's floating around. I've seen, you watch your little shows, they blacklight the bed. Mm-hmm. It's just sprinkled full of deposits. God. That stuff's scary to me. That stuff's scary, bro. Bring your own blanket and bring your own pillow. Yeah, that's the stuff I be on.
Yeah, I get it.
Listen, what just hit me the other day? Damn foot fungus hit me.
I was gonna say that.
You know when it hit me? The last trip we took when we went to Atlanta. Yeah. You shower in them showers that 1 billion people done showered in. Just cleaning the tub with water and some soap ain't gonna kill bacteria. Like athlete's foot. Bro, it got so bad. It got so bad that in between two of my toes, it was white. The flesh was gone. It was just white skin. Like, when it's there's been moisture. Like when you sit in the tub and your hands go. Yeah, bro. It got that bad where there was days I couldn't wear no shoes. I had to let my feet air out. I had to get the different creams and sprays. I'm good now. one thing I stopped doing? When that was happening, I stopped putting soap on my feet. I didn't wash with soap on my feet. I washed with just water. And no foot smell, it killed it quick. Because that soap, when it goes and it interacts, that helps to keep the infection open. So I stopped using soap. I just use some warm water. I will put oils. I'm good now. But that Atlanta trip screwed me.
Your water shoes, bro.
But that's the thing. That was what I always was taught, and what I always did was shower with some type of water shoe on, the Crocs or some type of water sandal. But you get, you get lazy. You start to forget. You don't think, and then you just carry on. You know what I'm saying? When you just move and groove, and then you're like, oh, I know where that came from. Yeah, that stuff is real. They always tell you when you go to public bathrooms, never shower with your feet just on the tile. Them infections be in the crevices. They're not doing what I do. I take a brush and hook it up to my drill, and I clean my shower like that. With a drill head, you got the drill, and you got the cleaning brush that spins. That's how I clean my shower and my walls, because that's gonna get all that filth out, and use bleach and a few different little cleaners, try to kill some of that fungus and bacteria. You're not gonna get it all. But they're not doing that in the Holiday Inn. They run in the water, they wiping that thing down, and they out of there because they got to go to the next room. So all that bacteria and film and filth is still there. So yeah, I'm blessed to have a clean rib. Yeah, I think we all are, because we've been moving and grooving. I ain't gonna lie, lately my rib been busy. These 2 a.m, so it's been slacking just a little bit, but we're gonna get back on it. That Passover is when your house becomes the secondary thing, Passover becomes the first thing. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I can't be mad at my rib. That, she's doing what she got to do. But yeah, somebody got to be clean. Where we at?
Leviticus chapter 13, verse 29. If a man or woman have a plague upon the head or the beard, then the priest shall see the plague. And behold, if it be in sight deeper than the skin, and there be in it a yellow thin hair, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a dry skull, even a leprosy upon the head or beard. And if the priest look on the plague of the skull, and behold, it be not in sight deeper than the skin, and that there is no black hair in it, then the priest shall shut up him that hath the plague of the skull 7 days. And in the 7th day the priest shall look on the plague, and behold, if the skull spread not, and there be in it no yellow hair, and the skull be not in sight deeper than the skin, he shall be shaven, but the skull shall he not shave. And the priest shall shut up him that had the skull 7 days more. And in the 7th day the priest shall look on the skull, and behold, if the skull be not spread in the skin, nor be in sight deeper than the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean. And he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the skull spread much in the skin after his cleansing, then the priest shall look on him, and behold, if the skull be spread in the skin, the priest shall not see for yellow hair, he is unclean. But if the skull be in his sight at a state, and that there is black hair grown upon therein, the skull is healed, he is clean, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. If a man also or a woman have in the skin of their flesh bright spots, even white bright spots, then the priest shall look, and behold, if the bright spots in the skin of their flesh be darkish white, It is a freckle spot that grows in the skin. He is clean. And the man whose hair is falling off his head, he is bald, yet is he clean. And he
Right, why did he have to say that? If that was a common thing, why did he have to say that? And why would he throw it in here with leprosy?
Understanding.
Where you at?
verse 40.
Right. We're at verse 40, he's still dealing with leprosy. Why would he have to go into that? Well, you know what's crazy? Like my pops, he's bald. He and you know when you look at his head at the very top, it's weird because my pops is darker than me. But on the top of his head, you can see he got like little white spots, like little skin blotches on the top. And the thing is, it's not the sun that's hitting him because he always has a hat on. My dad always has a hat, no matter what. He's been wearing hats forever, 30, 40 years, hat. But the top of his head is a different. You can see the skin is not smooth as far as the pigment. He got different colors of pigment on the top of his dome piece. And that would be considered leprosy. But nothing, there's no hair growing at all. He's like clean bald. He ain't got a shave. It's just nothing growing. So there's no hair growing to say, well, the hair is turning white. There's no scabbing, right? So it would be some level of clean leprosy. It's not really spreading because it's on his head. It ain't going to the rest of his body.
Right.
So he ain't got no skin issue that we know of, you know?
So
What? But it's he got white spots a little bit.
So you're saying it's not hereditary?
Nah, bro. Nah.
Okay.
Nah. I don't believe that. That's like when people say diabetes is hereditary.
Right.
Predisposed to diabetes. You are through bad habit. Yeah. So, for instance, my grandpa had more hair than my dad. My grandpa on my mom's side didn't go bald at all.
Okay.
You see that?
Right.
He didn't go bald at all. But then he got sons that went bald and sons that didn't. It's not hereditary. I think it's this is what I believe. I don't believe that it's hereditary. I believe it's like here in America, and all the research that they're bringing out about baldness, right? They're saying that down to the tap water that destroys hair follicles, down to the who takes a hot shower in here? We're steaming. Anybody? Steaming water? Yeah, that right there destroys hair follicles because the hair follicles up here are not as strong as you think they are. Why? Because lack of blood flow to the scalp cause those follicles to weaken. You hit it with hot water, that shrinks them. You hit it with, they tell you that you shouldn't even use a towel to dry your hair because that pulls hair follicles out. Your beard, you're supposed to let those things kind of air dry or just comb them out, let the water come out, or pat it dry, right? You pat it dry. You don't pull the rough towel through your scalp.
Right.
But then if your scalp is too oily, it'll choke the follicle. If your scalp is not oily enough, it'll kill the follicle. It's pH balances. This is how I know, because you have people that have been bald and then they switch up their diet, they take the right herbs, and their hair grows back.
Okay.
It grows back. Women lose their hair, right? There's people that have alopecia that can grow their hair back. Alopecia is a disease, right? That Jada Pinkett Smith swears she got. Right. She swears she got alopecia. She got money. Go figure out the disease and take the right medicines for that disease. There's medicines for all diseases. So think about it. If you go through generations of giving yourself filthy food,
that's true,
and filthy mind state,
right,
of course it'll become hereditary. Of course you're now predisposed to certain things.
I see.
So I don't believe that it's hereditary, like, oh, your dad determines if you're going to be bald when you hit a certain age. That doesn't, To me, that don't make sense. Scripturally, it don't align.
Okay.
When the Most High said he made all things to be healthful. What's one of the first things that you look at to know if a person's healthy?
His body shape.
Their body,
Right.
but the things on their body. When a woman sees a man, if I stand next to him, right, and we both in the mall, they're going to go for him. He got the healthy head of hair, just off of looks. They're going to be like, I don't want no balding 40-year-old, right? Mid-age 40-year-old, slightly balding. But they're going to look at us and assess us according to our physical traits.
Right.
One of the healthy things about anybody is their hair,
Right.
right?
Come.
So the Most High made us healthful. Through our doing, we cause these things, and we're now, it's been happening so long that now we say, oh, well, you know, that's male pattern baldness. That's just, everybody's going to go through that.
Right. Okay.
But how come some get bald hair and then some get bald hair? Some lose it here and some lose it here.
Right.
What determines that? My pops, he's gone, like, and he lost his hair. He started losing his hair at 17 years old. My grandpa had more hair than my dad when he passed away. So think about it. My grandpa was 100 and something years old. My pops is about to be 70. He's been going bald since he was 17. Is that hereditary? Wouldn't it follow, if it was hereditary, wouldn't it follow the exact pattern?
Con.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be as progressive? You know, but I think, I look at, like, how come I lost my hair? Well, I look at some of the chemicals that I would put in my hair when I had it when I was younger. When you put in that wave grease, that real thick pomade, that stuff will choke the follicles out. Think about it. Do your research on shampoo. Do your research on shampoo and conditioner. Shampoo strips your whole hair of all the nutrients, of all its natural oils, and then you put it back with conditioner. But this is the thing, your body always wants to course correct. So what does your body do? It floods your head with a bunch of oil too. So now you got too much oil in your scalp that does what? Chokes the follicles.
I see.
So shampoo and conditioner, I'm not saying stop shampooing and conditioning your hair, but I don't use it. I stopped using shampoo and conditioner. Why do you think I got the water filter for my shower? All that fluoride, chlorine. A 30-minute shower, they say your body absorbs a cup of water per 30 minutes. Now, I don't take 30-minute showers. I ain't rich. That water bill is too crazy. Right? I'm in there 10, 15 minutes max out. But think about it. Think about when you sit in the tub or sit in that water, what it does for your skin, your hair, your nails, your teeth. Brushing your teeth with that water, what does it do?
It's true.
It can destroy your teeth if you're not doing a reversal of oral care. Right? All these things, the Most High didn't give us teeth for them to fall out, and then you have no teeth from the age of 50 all the way to when you die.
Right.
You're supposed to have teeth in your mouth from the day you live to the day you die.
Con.
Right? Not get dentures. Like, show me. It said Moses, when he died, he didn't lose none of his strength, not even his eyesight. So you mean to tell me he was walking around bald, but he had his eyes? He was walking around bald, but had no teeth? No, it said that nothing on him diminished. He was at full strength. So I take that as, this dude's at full strength in everything. You look at him like, that's a strong brother. He got the powerful fro, powerful beard, powerful muscles, teeth looking nice and white, skin glowing.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So I look at things like that, like, you know, David at his old age, he couldn't get his heat going, his body heat. You know, he was just wore down. You know, but it started to show you that from Adam, Moses, all these powerful men that were living 900 something years, through the things that we gave our lives over to. Just, bro, think about just, even if you're a somewhat righteous person and having to deal in this stressful ass life and deal with stress around you, that right there could wear you out. Where you're doing your thing, you try to do your thing right, but the things around you are just like, golly, it's depressing, it's sad, death, murder, killing. You just like, whoa, that could put a toll on you if you let it. You know what I mean? And those things affect. I mean, you got a full head of hair. You'll probably never lose your hair. Did your pops have his hair?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know, right? I'm pretty sure he might have. He might have not. I don't know. But you got it. You older than me. Right? He's up there, Mike. He ain't losing no hair. Look at Tahawam. Tahawam's older than me. Full head of hair. He can, and a beard grows. I'm like, dude, you just cut that. You remember the Capital One beard growing? I was like, let's grow a beard. Boom! Right? That's Tahawam. Tahawam will cut his hair, bro, and that thing will just be like, wow. I'm like, what the hell? You just cut your hair 2 weeks ago. He cut his whole hair and hit me right back. Beard this big, fro this big. I'm like, but look at Benaiah.
Yeah.
Benaiah probably never lose his hair.
Yeah.
If he keeps his mind right and eats the right things and does the right things for his body, bro, come on. So he'll make it hereditary to keep your hair, but all we doing is going back to the glory. You think in the kingdom I'm gonna be in the kingdom bald?
Lie.
Bro, I'm gonna be flowing in the wind, Doc.
You ain't lying.
Hell yeah. I don't know what texture I'm gonna have, but I'm gonna have me some textures. Mix a Brazilian with a little Indonesian. No, I'm playing.
That's funny.
I ain't doing that.
Yeah.
Just give me that Negroid. Kinky.
I picked me up one yesterday, a shower head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got the carbon, it got the bentonite clay. Yeah, bro. But then you know what, this is the test. Taste that water. Just taste it. Smell it. And then go to your sink that you brush your teeth with. Whoo! My sink water, bro, I don't even want to put it on my body. It smells so bad. It tastes, I can taste. Like, I'll shower, hop out, brush my teeth, and I'm like, when I turn the water on, I'm just like, oh my God, I gotta find a filter for my sinks, for everything. Because, bro, it's so bad. Once you filter it and you realize, and then you don't, you're like, oh, damn, I've been bathing in doo-doo water the whole time.
God, that's true though.
Get you a shower head at $30.
Yep.
Get you a shower head that filters your water. It takes 5 minutes to put on.
Yep.
For your scalp, for your body, bruh.
Now I need to get one for the other wrist.
The other back, yeah, I gotta get one too for the kids. Yeah, I gotta get one for the kids.
Yep.
Yeah, I just think those things I've heard. It helps with hair growth. Yeah, I don't know how true it is, but I heard we should be washing our hair in cold water rather than warm. Yeah, because that hot water, that warm water, it kills the follicles. Cold water is better. Cold water or warmer water is better, but that hot steaming water, that's not good for any of your skin. That's not good for none of your skin. You know that, right? It causes irritation. But I mean, sometimes you need a hot shower, but then back it up with a cold shower. It'll close up your pores, but it'll also jumpstart your white blood cells.
Yeah. Same thing when you go get a shave. What do? They put nothing but heat on you, and then after you're done, they put the cold towel on.
Close the pores up.
Right.
Yep. They clean you up. Yeah. What's that?
I was in the Navy. They something was wrong with the heating of the water. So I got too hot.
Oh.
And this guy took a shower. He had 2nd-degree
Burns.
all on his body.
Golly. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Yeah, you can burn yourself with that hot water. Me, I'm a warm to lukewarm shower guy. I don't want to be sweating in the shower. Come on, man, that's terrible. I don't want to get out the shower and start sweating.
Yep.
That's how that's how you start sweating, right? Because you take a hot shower, you hop out the shower, it's AC, your body is trying to adjust to the temperature. So just take a nice, cool shower, and you won't sweat as much out the shower. Anyway, so is it hereditary? I don't believe so. I think that's Esau telling you that so you can go get the Rogaine, you go get the this, go get the hair transplant, you go get all that crap instead of trying to research and do the right things. Listen, I've been losing my hair since 30. And there was a time it got real bad, and then I stopped drinking beer, and I stopped eating meat. For 3 months, I stopped, and my hair started growing back. Yep.
Okay.
And I had somebody they made me this mixture of different oils that I'm trying to figure out, but it had some tea tree. It had a few other different things in there. My hair grew back. Then I started drinking again and eating meat, and then it starts to affect. You see that? It starts to affect the part that's weakest in your body.
He said rice water is good for that too.
Rice water? Yeah, rice water, any type of starch water, rice water, vegetable water that you boil, spaghetti water. Yeah, my rib does that, but that's why her hair is crazy. Her hair is thick and just crazy. But I'm like, you got rice water? She's like, oh, that's for my hair. So what she'll do, she'll throw it in there, and the starch will attach, strengthen the hair, strengthen the follicles. So I start doing it. Got me a little spray bottle. Don't call it a come. I'm gonna come back. Watch. I'm gonna create something. Y'all gonna be like, what the hell? How do you do that? Mm-hmm.
God.
Or I'm gonna just cut Benaiah's and glue it on. Cut Benaiah's off on the top. He ain't gonna miss it.
Yeah, it's gone.
What you gonna miss from up there? Nothing. Let me get a little piece off the top. Let's jump back. Where are we at?
Leviticus chapter 13, verse 40.
Mm-hmm.
And the man whose hair is falling off his head, he is bald.
Right.
Yet is he clean.
Yet is he clean. Why did he have to tell us that? Listen, when his hair falls off his head, he's bald, but he's clean. Because that wasn't a thing, man, where a cat just started losing his hair. People would look like, wait a minute, he got a disease.
Right.
Right? If it wasn't a known thing, or if it wasn't something that was common, you would look at that person and say, oh, wait a minute, there's something going on with this person. It's like when a person, they pull up and they ain't got no eyebrows. You're like, whoa, wait a minute. And then you're like, okay, they got no eyebrows. And they got body hair, arm hair. Do they got hair on the head? Oh, they probably got alopecia, more than likely. It's a disease. But now you're able to associate that. But when a cat ain't got no eyebrows, but he got a mustache and a beard, you're like, okay, you just a weirdo. Who shaves their damn eyebrows off? Right? Just cuts their eyebrows off. You looking like powder. You know what I'm saying? Did he have eyebrows? If he did, they were powder colored. Right? But you got Jada Pinkett talking about she got alopecia, but nigga, she got eyebrows. Yeah. And a little small mustache. You look close. Like, that ain't alopecia. Alopecia is nothing. Nothing. Alopecia is when you ain't got no hair. Her hair has been shaven like a little tramp that she is, man. She shaved her head. That's it. She went from having one side shaven, then she let it grow back out and shaved it all. I know damn alopecia. When she pulls up in 5 years bald or start getting spots in her head, then I'll say, okay, she got alopecia. Until then, I don't believe her. That ain't alopecia. You got to be completely like you waxed everything. That's what it looks like. Yeah. And there's ways to come back from that. I knew somebody that had alopecia and I forgot what she did, man. She did something. Cause rocking wigs and all that, and then all of a sudden, and she had no eyebrows. No arm, no body hair, nothing. She had a baby. It was weird. Like she had a baby and then she started growing her hair back. It was weird. I don't know. She had to change her diet or something. Something happened where she had to change something because of the baby. And then boom. But then you got people they'll have a baby and they'll lose all their damn hair. They'll get alopecia. They'll get things like that, diabetes and all those different things because the baby is depleting those nutrients. Hair is just nutrients, it's just minerals that deposit, and then hair, skin, nails, they're made of the same things, teeth. So, read on.
Verse 41. And he that hath his hair fallen off from the part of his head toward his face.
Wait, check this out. Another thing. What verse you at? 41. And the man whose hair is fallen off his head, he is bald, yet he is clean. So how can you make something bald that's already bald? The hair that's fallen off your head, you're bald. My good friend right here, right? We in the same boat. We're bald. The hair fell off. So if I cut down the sides, that's not me making baldness on my head. Just for anybody out there that was one, like, if I decided to even that up, to make it even with this, that's not me making baldness. It's already bald because the hair fell out. Or it's thinned out to the point where it don't grow as illustrious as the sides. Right. So for me to shave it down, that wouldn't be me creating baldness. You can't create something that's already been created naturally. Get it? Right. Right. So watch. Read. Where you at?
Verse 41.
Go ahead.
And he that had his hair fallen off from the part of his head
Part of his head to where?
toward his face.
Towards his face. What part is that? Here. Right? Because you don't grow hair on your forehead. It's here. Go ahead.
He is forehead bald.
He is what?
Forehead bald.
Right, because now your forehead and your head connect. It's one thing. There's no separate. What separates your head from your forehead? Your hairline.
Right.
The hairline is gone, so now it's forehead baldness because you don't grow hair on your forehead. Nobody does, unless you Wolfman Jack, right? Teen Wolf. But your forehead bald because now your forehead and your head connect because there's no hair there to separate forehead from head top.
Right.
So he's forehead bald. Go ahead.
Yet is he clean.
Yet is he clean. Why is he going through these things? Because again, to be forehead bald, to lose your hair in one spot here and not have a hairline, just wasn't common. It wasn't common. Go ahead.
Verse 42. And there be in the bald head or bald forehead
Right?
a white reddish sore. It is a leprosy sprung up in his bald head and his bald forehead. Then the priest shall look upon it, and behold, if the rising of the score be white reddish in his bald head or in his bald forehead, as a leprosy appeareth in the skin of the flesh, he is a leprous man. He is unclean. The priest shall pronounce him utterly unclean. His plague is in his head, and the leper in whom the plague is, his clothes shall be rent, and his head bare. And he shall put a covering upon his upper lip, and shall cry, unclean, unclean. All the days wherein the plague shall be in him, he shall be defiled, he is unclean. He shall dwell alone, without the camp shall his habitation be.
Punishment. What?
On this specific part, it's not necessarily saying it, but what it reminds me of, especially when I was in the barbershop, was ringworms.
Yeah, oh, it's not about wingworm.
Ringworms of the head and the scalp, it is a thing.
Yeah.
If people are dirty, or even just the one that's performing the service is not properly taking care of their tools.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Sanitizing the tools or the implements or something like that.
Yeah.
Ringworm, it starts off round, reddish, and then after a while, if it's not taken care of properly, then it becomes white. Verse 43, read that again.
Verse 43. Then the priest shall.
42.
Verse 42. And if there be in the bald head.
So usually it happens around like the temple area, sideburn area, and the neck area. That's where you normally see it, where there's not that much hair, so it's bald, right? Go ahead.
Or bald forehead.
And also, like if you're doing edge ups regularly with some dirty tools, you'll get around this area more commonly because they're hitting with the razor and all that. Go ahead.
A white reddish sore.
So if you don't know what it is, if you gotta put more lotion on a specific area because it starts getting dry, it started off red first. It's dirty. It's bacteria. It's, as what the Bible's calling it, it's leprosy. Go ahead.
It is a leprosy sprung up in his bald head.
Now there's ringworms that will grow under, like if they start going on the back of the head, on the top of the head, where they start fading it. I mean, it's saying right here if it goes bald, but ringworms is a thing. I mean, we've had classes on this, not necessarily getting fades. That's why we should grow our hair out and everything like that. But ringworms for men, especially for women, is definitely a thing. All right,
Yeah,
so
we used to get hit with wingworms back my little brother used to get that all the time. He'd get it like right here, and then when we'd go to the barber, get his hair cut. That's how we knew he would have it, because he cut his hair off, and it'd just be a patch of white, dry, like it kind of dried up a little bit. But yeah, it looked like that. Yep, it looked just like that. Around dry skin. Yeah, and we as kids we was in the barber shop. Nobody was really. Back in the early '90s, I don't think they wasn't on the barber game. They was that they're on now, cleaning the tools and steaming them down and putting them in different machines to keep them clean, and self-cleaning machines. Like, it wasn't none of that. On the barber shop, they would spray them, dust them off, hang them up. Next, right? Spray them, brush them with a little brush, hang them up. There was no real disinfecting of the tools daily. That deep cleaning those tools need, because you could spray it, but the inner workings of that machine, you cutting somebody's wingworm, and it goes up into that machine, and you put it on the next person, it falls into their head. Ew. So yeah, a lot of those things came from doing community things. You go to the community pool. Why did they have to start putting bleach in the water? Because people was going into the pool, pooping, peeing, and people was coming out with bacteria, right? Anything you do with community, man, there's risk of disease, communicable diseases, because everybody's clean ain't your clean, right? You eat from everybody. That's why I don't eat from a lot of people, because everybody's kitchen ain't as clean as your kitchen. And I'm not saying I got the cleanest kitchen, but still, I don't know how clean your kitchen is. Okay, I'll give y'all a test. You can do this on your own. Just go home. If you're not used to doing it, just go home. Most stovetops, I think if you have the ones that have burners, actual fire, the stovetop itself lifts up so you can get up under there. Get up under there and look, and you'll see last year's dinner sitting by those burners. Oh yeah, just go ahead and just lift it up. And look, that's the ones that have the actual fire burners. I don't know.
Gas.
Or gas stoves, yeah. Just lift it up and look. Lift it up and look. I'll give you another one. Look, I'll give you another one. If you're a man or a woman and you wear a watch, take your watch off. I'm gonna cap on my own self. But take your watch off and look behind the watch, where your wrist meets all that moisture. Give it a smell, right? Look at the watch band. Some of us might have caked on filth on the back of the watch. You wear earrings. Pull your earring off and look at the back of the earring. Look inside the earring. It's those things that you don't think about, that it's like, damn, why do I get sick, or where is this coming from? It's those little dirt deposits that I call them. In your watch, your earring, pull your stove out. Pull your stove out. Pull your refrigerator away from the wall.
Yep.
And look at what's going, look at the growth that's growing underneath the warm ass fridge, with a little bit of water that's dripping, and that little warmth and that growth of bacteria. Go to your fridge, if your fridge is a little bit older, and go to the strip that when the door of the fridge closes, there's a strip there to prevent leakage of air. Just look at it. Just peel it back a little bit. If you see little black spots, it's time for a new fridge. That's mold. See, it's all these things where, damn, what's that smell? And you clean it, you can't find it. Then when you look, you're like, oh, damn, it's moldy in the little strip. The defense between what goes in and what goes out air is moldy. So it don't matter if you have that strip there or not. You got mold in your fridge. It's those things that you got to look into, that if you're not diligent on those little small matters, trust me, it don't matter how well you clean your kitchen tops and how much you mop. If you ain't pulling the stove out, you just mopping the things you can see, but what about what the little mouse is getting to eat? That's why you got to go and organize your cabinets. Like the other day, so I went to the cabinet and I'm like, what my rib went to the grocery store. And I think it felt like it coincided, but she went to the grocery store. I go to the cabinet after they put the food away, and I smell it. I'm like, yo, what is that smell? It smells like fish. There's somebody not put away something that needs to go in the fridge, whatever. So my rib had to go and basically pull out everything in the cabinet. She got to a can of beans that somebody kind of opened and probably didn't realize it. Put it back. Sad part is it spilled over. Bro, that smell was so bad. Clean the whole pantry out.
Ditch up the whole house.
But that's why you got to do your pantry. And it's funny because we had the girls go through the pantry and organize it, clean it.
Yep.
It just happened to be in between. And all that can of beans needs is the warm house for 2 days, 3 days, and a little bit of air. It was so bad.
Beans sneak already.
Huh?
Beans already.
Yeah, beans already. It was. I think it was the can of black beans too that just. Bro, it was so bad. It was so bad, you know. But you got to go through your pantry and clean out the things that are already. Just because it's a canned food don't mean it lasts forever, y'all. Just because you can put it in your fridge and it's a condiment, it don't. Listen, unscrew the top of the ketchup thing and look inside of it. Sometimes it has mold. Sometimes it has mold. If you ever use spaghetti sauce and you don't use all of it and it's in the plastic container and you put it in the fridge, before you pour that up for the next spaghetti in 2 months, look at that cap. The cap will have green mold on it because it wasn't tightened all the way or have been sitting too long. Just because they're in containers don't mean they don't mold. But you eat that, bro, it'll kill you. That type of mold will kill you. When it goes into your body, it will kill you. You'll be in the hospital getting your stomach pumped out. It will kill you. When you drink beers, why do you think I don't drink beers out of cups and out of cans and cups, cans and glass? Because beer is fermented. But let that beer top just not be on the right way, and mold will develop. So I pour my beers out to see what the hell's in that dark glass. I'm like, you just gonna trust Pepsi and just drink out of a dark can that you can't see through? That's insane to me. That's insane. I pour it out, man, to make sure. Like, hey, listen, that almost killed my dad. He hit a Guinness and it had mold. Bro, he was in the hospital, poisoned.
I get called bougie.
Yeah, I don't care. I ain't gonna be dying though in the hospital bed, getting IVs and.
Yeah.
So I pour beers out. I pour chips out. I try to pour those things out wherever I can to see what's inside the bag. Capri Suns, remember that nice little tasty drink? Bruh, cut that thing open and pour it into a cup. Why? Because if they're not sealed the correct way or if the wrong contaminant gets in, mold develops. Many videos of people drinking out their Capri Sun and then there's something in there, they cut it open and it's just mold and bacteria that grew. You know how long they put that Capri Sun been sitting?
Yep. They sit.
What?
Making deliveries. I used to make deliveries to, I ain't gonna say the store, but every store.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you go make deliveries to these stores, they have these certain warehouses that they store this stuff.
Yep.
This stuff is stored for months
God.
on end, and people don't realize. They think they just getting this stuff just regular. It's a smart thing. That's what you do, because when you walk in there and you look at their warehouse, man, they got so much stuff just sitting in there, and then when they date it, it's been back 6 months already. So like your drinks, your Cokes, you're getting them already 6 months old from what they had it already. You don't know how long it's been at the manufacturers to get it to them. So, yeah.
Question: Who in here eats what's the hot sauce? Man, they have it in Chipotle. Not Cholula.
Picante?
Not Picante. They have like the Chipotle one. Man. No, but it's the name of a sauce that's from Louisiana, like Louisiana hot sauce, but it's a popular one, man, that everybody hits. Huh?
Frank's?
Not Frank's Red Hot. Man, I forgot the name of the sauce. But anyway.
Wheat Red?
No, not that.
Slap your mama?
No, y'all going too exotic. This is like a regular sauce that just be small bottle red top, small bottle
Tabasco.
green top, Tabasco.
Oh.
Right, that company. You know, every hot sauce that you ever eat from them sits for 3 years. Yeah, it's before it sits for 3 years. Just sits in barrels for 3 years.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, that's their process. 3 years of fermentation. But fermentation, if it's not sealed properly, will let mold go in there. Now, let's say 100 barrels had a little bit of mold on the top of their little casket thing. They put it in wood. Let's say 100 barrels had a little bit of mold. Just a little slight mold. 100 barrels. You think they're gonna get rid of 100 barrels for you? They're gonna scrape that mold right off.
Yep.
Right? What bro man said, I'm gonna scrape that mold right off, and sure enough, have me a wet sandwich. Right? You gotta watch Martin. But they'll scrape the mold right off, and produce those barrels of hot sauce, and you'll be sprinkling all the way into the hospital. Why did I get sick? Right? Liquor, same thing. Like Hennessy and all that. 10 years sitting in barrels, fermenting. But if the fermentation process don't go well, it's mold. You see that? It's mold that can. So you got to be careful. So, bro, I mean, why? I don't drink out of cans, man. I'm scared. I don't know what the hell's in that can. I gotta see it in a clear cup with no obstruction to know. My beer, anything I'm drinking has to be seen. Whatever I'm eating, I gotta see it. You open up burgers and look. Y'all do that?
I do that.
Yeah, you bust open the burger, not to just sauce it down, but to at least like, oh, okay. They didn't put a loogie on the top.
I do the same
Right?
thing. I do.
Or at least when you eat, you look at it and examine. Right? I mean, bruh, you just never know. Yeah, I'm scary like that. So, mold. Mold is a scary thing. Let's go back. Read. Yeah, buddy.
No.
Oh, I got one for you. You want to get your toilet seat clean? Like, the whole toilet thing? Take it apart.
Yeah.
Take it apart. And you'll see all the little boys' urine stuck in the little screws that hold it down. Yeah, take it apart and clean it. You'll be like, what the hell's going on here? We thought we was cleaning it. Take it apart. It's little small things like that where you're like, oh no, it's clean. Nah, bruh. Nah, you take it apart and you'll see how filthy it really is. Yep. I can't blow this horn. I ain't got the energy. Benaiah Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Banya Sha'ala, I might Barak.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shabbat
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shabbat. Oh, starting to wear down. I can feel it.
This is definitely, like I say, this is definitely a nice class to be going over. We're bringing up Passover. I'm thinking, man, I gotta clean my house. I gotta clean my house. I gotta clean my kitchen right, especially because it's my rib. We can be, having our sons,
baby.
Yep. You know what I mean? We get that burden, but I like a clean house. I like a clean kitchen to make my food in. I like a clean shower to shower my children. You know what I mean? Well, my baby, I don't shower my older kids, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That toilet thing though,
you gotta do it.
I'm like, okay, cut. I mean,
don't screw it. You'll be like, oh wait, huh?
That's like you see, taking notes of lists of things I need to go get from the store. I really has a nice little list to go with. God, be clean.
My bad. My energy is. I'm sorry. I gotta eat something. I'm sorry. But yeah, what you're saying is right. When you thought you was clean and you flipped that watch back. You flip that watch and you're like, what the hell is going on back there? It's got a mound of dirt. This goes on your wrist, man.
You know what gets me in my house? If I don't clean the dust off the ceilings, man.
That? Oh my God.
Oh, no.
Or the window shades?
That gets me. I'm like, man, I need to go do that.
You turn that fan.
I need to go do
You
that.
turn that fan on. You just throwing dust mites. All right, bro. You open that shade, the dust is.
every morning I have like clearing out the mucus. One of the things is because the dust that's in my house.
Dust in your house. It's bad seals of the windows. It's crappy AC. That's why I run my AC, bro. I open my windows. These last couple of days I've been having both doors open, front and back, and just let air flow.
Nice.
Forget the AC because
Pop the windows up.
yeah, you're just letting filthy recycled air. Doesn't matter how much you filter it. That whole system is dirty. The filter ain't getting half of what is floating. So it's all BS, man.
Dropping nuggets on me, because I live in an apartment, so you can smell when somebody's, smoking cigarettes or smoking things they shouldn't be smoking and everything, and it's going through our airfoot, so definitely need to open.
Yeah, that goes right through the system. That's sucking that air in.
That's why
Garba.
America.
It's like your car. Think about it. You can tell when somebody needs an oil change in their car.
Yep.
You get behind their car and then all that smells like a fart.
Yep.
You're like, Dad, you need an oil change.
Bad.
It goes right through the filter. It goes through your cabin filter. It goes through your engine fan and right through the filter, and you can smell it. But those filters ain't really filtering nothing out like that. So, yes, when eating out, and my husband bring home food platters, I have to eat my food in the light and pay attention while I eat to see what it's not supposed to be there. Hell yeah. I gotta eat in the light. I don't know how people eat in the movies and do all that. I gotta be able to see everything that's going in my mouth. Just have to, man. Like, you don't know what you're picking up. You don't know what could have fell in there from the kitchen to the table.
It's all about just the discipline in it.
Then I counter myself with this because I can't see nothing in there. I gotta have faith sometimes. Right? Counter myself with this. I have to get some tea, but even before I look inside, gotta look inside to make sure that it's just tea bags. What's up?
What my rib got me into is when we'll go to a restaurant or something, we don't use the cup there. We get a to-go cup.
Yep.
And we use those.
I got a story on that one. I went out to eat one time. They brought me a cup, and the cup had like lipstick just caked on, bruh. I did one of these. Yeah, bro. It don't matter where you go. The fanciest of restaurants, they all use dishwashing machines. That I used to work a dishwashing machine. They don't get everything clean. It just recycles dirty food water. It just makes it real hot. That's it. It don't make everything. It disinfects, but it doesn't clean. There's a difference. You can disinfect something, but still have caked on food. It ain't clean.
That's true.
You see that? So, yeah, when you go to restaurants, check your silverware, check your plate, all that.
You know that leather for your highlighters and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Pull it to I don't go to a restaurant. But pull it to a
Pull a restaurant.
My own silverware.
All silverware.
Little cup. Like from the water boy, just.
Where we at?
Leviticus chapter 13, verse 47.
Mm-hmm.
The garment also that the plague of leprosy is in, whether it be a woolen garment or a linen garment, whether it be in the warp or woof, of linen or of woolen, whether in a skin or in anything made of skin. And if the plague be greenish or reddish in the garment, or in the skin, either in the warp or in the woof, or in anything of skin, it is a plague of leprosy, and shall be showed unto the priest.
Right, show.
And the priest shall look upon the plague, and shut up it that hath the plague 7 days. And he shall look on the plague on the 7th day. If the plague be spread in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof, or in a skin or in any work that is made of skin, the plague is a fretting leprosy. It is unclean. He shall therefore burn that garment, whether warp or woof, in woolen or in linen, or anything of skin, wherein the plague is. For it is a fretting leprosy. it shall be burnt in the fire. And if the priest shall look, and behold, the plague be not spread in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof, or in anything of skin, then the priest shall command that they wash the thing wherein the plague is, and he shall shut it up 7 days more. And the priest shall look on the plague, after that it is washed, and behold, if the plague have not changed its color, and the plague be not spread, it is unclean. Thou shalt burn it in the fire. It is fresh inward, whether it be bare within or without. And if the priest look, and behold, the plague be somewhat dark after the washing of it, then he shall rend it out of the garment, or out of the skin, or out of the warp, or out of the woof. And if it appear still in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof, or in anything of skin, it is a spreading plague. Thou shalt burn that wherein the plague is with fire.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to wear that. It spread to your skin. Now you got a skin eating disease. You know, you get plastic wear. Yeah, you wouldn't want to wear that, so you just get rid of it. Get a new garment. Take the loss. Go ahead.
Verse 58. And the garment, either warp or woof, or whatsoever thing of skin it be, which thou shalt wash, if the plague be departed from them, then it shall be washed the second time, and shall be clean. This is the law of the plague of leprosy in a garment of woolen or linen, either in the warp or woof, or anything of skins, to pronounce it clean, or to pronounce it unclean.
What's up?
I know I've had this happen to me. It's leaving the clothes wet in the washer.
Yep, mold.
It's
Yep.
nasty.
The smell. Yeah, that's easy. You just gotta rewash them. But then you gotta rewash them with soap. You gotta just redo the whole cycle. If your washing machine can steam, has like a steam cycle, you just steam them out. That's what kills a lot of mold, and then you have to dry them very good. That's what kills mold also. They don't like the dryness.
Yeah.
So, like for instance, you know how you wear a shirt that's white for a long time?
Yeah.
And what does it start to do in your armpit and neck area?
Yeah, turn yellow.
It starts to turn yellow. You know what that is, right?
Sweat.
It's mold. It's mold and bacteria from your body, from your armpits. But you can restore that garment. You just steam cycle in your washing machine. If it has it, it'll take that mold out. It'll take that color out. That yellow. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, knock it right out. That steam will lift all that filth right out of them armpits. I've done it.
You know, we was talking about like all these type of bugs and insects in the house, and bed bugs and stuff like that for the clothes. Have you heard of putting cedar in your closet?
Cedar wood, yeah, because cedar wood that's why we used it, because it was a repellent, yeah. Bugs, moths, right? Because moths will eat through your fabrics. You put the mothball. I'm not sure what that's made of, but no, cedar wood was a natural bug repellent. That's why the homes that we built, I believe, if I'm not wrong, or if I'm not mistaken, the temple, Solomon's house and the temple were cedar, overlaid with gold. If I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
Was it? Something was cedar. But that cedar was a natural. I use Coca-Cola to clean my toilet. It takes all the rust out. Yep, it does. So imagine what that does to your inner gut walls. Yeah, Coca-Cola will clean a battery. I think, yeah, cedar. C-E-D. Right?
Good shit, we made it Peter right.
Let's see here. We read about cedarwood. But yeah, cedarwood was a cleaner. It had natural antibacterial and antifungal properties. Yep. The cedars of Lebanon. Yeah. The cedars of Lebanon. Right? Yeah. Solomon built his house out of cedar and the temple out of cedar, and then he overlaid it with gold. Yeah. But when you look into the properties of the cedar wood, yeah, that's good for natural repellent. And we used it in the temple. Also, natural, you know, like if you get a cedar wood cutting board, you know how you have those wood cutting boards? You want cedar wood. Why? Because you cut in meat. You cut in meat and cutting vegetables. That cedar wood is going to be a natural repellent for bacteria. Bacterial growth in that wood. Yeah. You had asked something, was that it? Okay.
Yeah.
What'd you ask again?
I just asked if you would know about the cedar.
Can you grab me a water, please? One cold and one regular room temperature. Yeah.
I'm bougie. I'm trying to get me some cedar. Cause now, even now in the closet, you have all types of linens and leathers and garments and tunics and baby clothes and
shoes.
all that.
Yeah.
All that.
You gotta make sure you know, when you wash clothes and dry them the right way and hang them the right way, don't let things pile up on each other. When you sweat in something, you're supposed to at least try to dry that thing out or hang it to where that sweat is drying up, and not just throwing it in your clothes basket. Cause all that mold and that sweat, woo-wee, that stuff is living. Y'all know that, right? The stuff that's on your body that goes into that shirt, it's a living organism. So what is a living organism trying to do? It's trying to reproduce. Yeah. So that thing is trying to jump onto every garment in that. Towels. You want to talk about damn leprosy in a towel? Just smell your towels. If they got that moldy, stinky smell when you use them, it's time to get rid of them. They're infested with mold because if you don't hang your towel the right way, it never dries completely before the next use. Gives that mold and that bacteria a chance to thrive. So what you do, you make sure you hang your towel out where it's not overlapping at all. It just boom, it dries. And then when you wash them, super high heat, washing with the water, super high heat when you dry them. And it get a lot of that bacteria and that mold out. Because all you're doing when you use a moldy towel is wiping that mold back onto your skin. So now you got mold on top of mold. So you got a weird body odor. So, and then you wonder why, like, wait a minute, I'm bathing and cleaning myself, but how come I still smell weird if you're able to pick up on it? Or how come people tell me I smell weird? Well, it's a towel that you use. It's very important. Very important to let your towels dry. Your rag that you bathe with, hang it so that it dries. When you go back to that rag, it shouldn't be moist. 12 hours later when you're about to go use it, you're just going to put bacteria on bacteria. Let it dry out. Let some of that stuff die out before you use your rag. Get a little soap and wash your rag. Like you got to whoop, run it, and then do your thing. I mean, right? I'm just saying, when you start to pick up on certain things, you know why I know a lot of these things? Because when brothers live with you, and you pick up on certain things. There was a brother that was living with me. Like, how come the brother, every time he showers, there's a pungent smell coming from the bathroom? Couldn't figure it out. So I go to the bathroom. We had two bathrooms. I had my own bathroom, and there was a bathroom that he was using. I go to the bathroom. I'm smelling. I'm like, yo, what the hell is that smell? I couldn't figure. I'm like, what is that? And I got to the towel, and I'm like, oh snap! Hey, how long you had this towel? 3 years. Oh, okay, it's time. 3 years too long. You ain't supposed to keep no towel that long. I'm sorry, you just don't. Why? If you're not doing the upkeep for the towel, then you gotta get rid of it. So you have to toss that towel, get another one.
Yeah.
But then, you know, the coldest part, it happened again. And you had a towel that long. Well, how are you hanging your towel? Well, I fold it, then I hang it. Oh, well, it ain't drying.
Yeah.
That's why. Or you know how you have the little hook and you put the towel and it does like the little,
Yeah.
but those folds doesn't allow the towel to dry. That's why you put it on the towel dryer and you won't. It's things like that that'll keep down like small little diseases and smells. Yeah. Very, very important. So I get all this from experience and living with brothers, having kids.
Yep.
You walk, what the hell's that smell? You know, peed the bed and wrapped it all up inside the hamper. And then you go and it's still wet, fresh pee from a week ago. You're like, oh my God. Bruh, just put that straight into the washing machine. What are you doing? Don't fold it up with the other clothes and got the other clothes smelling rank. And now you gotta do a deep steam, 2-hour steam on all the clothes. That's how it be though. So kids will teach you a lot of different things, but you gotta be, it's easy to brush over these things, but you have to be actually aware. You know, taking the oversight and what's that smell? Did I just see what I thought I saw? Hey, what am I hearing? Let me turn the TV down real quick. What's going on? What am I hearing? You see what I'm saying? We gotta be more aware of our surroundings in our own homes, the things that they're dealing with, the things that's going on, how our kids mimic how we do things, their level of cleanliness. And I'll be straight up with you, kids' level of cleanliness is trash. They don't care about being clean. They just want to be able to wipe it real quick with the rag that was on the floor, wipe the counter with the rag that was on the floor, and then go to their room. It's like, how you gonna use the rag that was on the floor to wipe off the counter that you gotta eat on?
That's true.
And prep food on, dummy.
Mm-hmm.
That don't make sense, do it? And then you're like, oh, no, I didn't think. Or why would you take the rag that you use for the counters and wipe the floor with it at all?
Yep.
You got a mop, and you got rag for the counters. And rag for the dishes, right? You don't put that on the floor and then come back and, oh, well, I could just rinse it out. Hell nah, nobody does that. I would hope. I definitely don't do that. No rag touch the floor unless it's a dirty rag that, hey, this is dirty, don't use it. On the floor real quick until we take it upstairs to the wash. You don't put your dirty wash kitchen cloths and with your regular laundry. Who does that? Right, keep your hands down, please. Right? You shouldn't put your kitchen towels with your regular laundry. Those wash separate. It's a different level. That and bathroom paraphernalia, those wash separately, bruh. Bathroom and kitchen stuff is in one wash on the highest disinfectant level it can be on.
Yep.
Right? Your regular clothing, I don't wash towels with clothes. Your towels, they wash separate. Bed sheets separate.
Separate day.
They all doing their separate little thing.
Yep.
Right? And that's how you keep different little bacteria and filth and smell away from everything being infected. Again, when you got little kids and old kids, they don't give a damn about being clean. They just care about playing video games, phones, TV, and eating. And that's it. If you let them, they'll smear doodoo on the wall, write their name in the doodoo on the wall. My kids ain't got to that level yet, but I'm pretty sure Shah, if I let him, bro, he'll just and write his name in the poop. If I just let him. If I didn't have no set, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure he would just have a ball. So it's our jobs. I knew people that smelled like straight up mildew. Right, and that's the smell. It's a mildew. Pungent, wet, moist. Just, damn, what is that? Think about it. You dry your body and then you dry your hair. That smell goes right into your hair. Ain't no oils in the world covering that up. Ain't no frankincense and myrrh, ain't no Egyptian musk covering that mold up. I'm sorry, it's just not. And then those things, mold loves that hot, moist. And you got bacteria on your body, your skin, your hair, your feet. You know what I mean? So you gotta be aware of yourself, your body, what your body smells like. Does anybody do that? Do you like? You got to. I'm sorry, but you just have to. You kind of gotta do it, or grab your sock and okay, I'm good. Like, you gotta do that, because if you go to somebody's house, you come to my crib and rip off your shoes and I can smell your feet, we got problems. Because I don't smell my own feet.
God.
That's the thing. Like, I care enough about my feet to make sure I don't walk in your house with funky ass feet. I'm serious. Because it just shows a level of care for oneself. Think about it. That smell is associated with bacteria.
Yep.
So if you walking on my carpet with them funky feet, you spreading your bacterial vaginosis foot on my carpet. That my kids got to do what? Crawl on.
That's right.
Walk on. You see the point? Yeah. So if you're not taking care of your feet the right way, and you're just going to be spreading your damn foot lice and foot fungus everywhere, bro, there's a problem. Athlete's foot is something that it just needs to be touched on something and then it spreads to the next thing.
Yep.
So, we got to be mindful, man, for each other's sake. Care not for the things of your own, but for the things of others. But in doing that, you'll take care of your own. Y'all get that? Right. Let's go back.
We're going to Ezekiel chapter 45, verse 16.
Oh, we're done? Okay. So, I always say this. Whenever you read this Ezekiel 45, to get the understanding of what's going on here, you have to start at chapter 14 to understand what was Ezekiel seeing. What was he trying to orchestrate to us in these writings? When you start at 40, you understand Ezekiel was in vision mode. He was being given visions of Israel. Imagine if Israel was in its full glory, right? In let's just say full glory in, let's say, I'm not saying the kingdom. Not saying the kingdom, but imagine Israel before the kingdom just ruling the earth in its full glory. Y'all get what I'm saying? These are the things that Ezekiel is seeing, the setup of the temple from how things were set up in the time of the law. What's that?
Like King Solomon.
Okay, I thought about King Solomon. Imagine Solomon's time. Imagine Solomon's time and everything being done verbatim in the law. This is what Ezekiel was seeing, when Israel was on top, Jerusalem, everything, we did everything according to the law. The Levite priest was set up. All the tribes were together. I didn't want to use Solomon because, what was going on at the time of Solomon. Yeah, he had that peace, but then we know that didn't continue. It broke up. But let's just imagine that 40 years of Solomon and everything was being done the way the Most High said do it in the law.
Right.
This is what Ezekiel's seeing. This is what he's seeing. So he's seeing this Israel set up in the priesthood and the temple and the house, and he's just seeing everything in its full glory. Why do I bring that up? Well, because you can read in this chapter and it says the prince and it says this, and you be like, oh, that's Yahushua. No, it's not. The prince was whatever ruler was in power at that time.
Right.
It's not Yahushua, because Yahushua didn't have sons, like children. Talks about the prince giving his children heritage and the prince sacrificing and all these different things. I wasn't talking about Christ. It was whatever ruler was in power of that time. Y'all see that? So there's a reason why I bring that out, because context. In this context, it's not talking about Christ or anything like that, but whatever ruler was set up. So Solomon in his full glory, if he didn't fall off, then his sons in their full glory, if they didn't fall off, this is what it would be. Where we at?
Ezekiel chapter 45, verse 16.
So again, if you want to get it in context, start at chapter 40. Chapter 40 is the beginning of these visions that go all the way to, I think, 47 or 48. Go ahead.
All the people of the land shall give this oblation for the prince in Israel.
Right.
And it shall be the prince's part to give burnt offerings and meat offerings and drink offerings in the feasts and in the new moons and in the Sabbaths.
Right.
All the
Solemn assemblies? What is that? Solemnities. Right?
solemnities of the house of Israel.
Mhm.
He shall prepare the sin offering and the meat offering and the burnt offering and the peace offering.
Right. First of all, Christ ain't coming for us to give offerings. And in the kingdom, we're not gonna be doing sin offerings. That's how we know it's not Christ. In the kingdom, where is going to be the sin offering? There's not going to be a need for one. We're not going to be sinning.
Right.
Right. So that right there, if you put it in context, you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. So the prince was just speaking of any ruler of that time that was in power at the time of Israel. Read.
To make reconciliation for
Right.
the house of Israel.
Right, because when we're in the kingdom, we're already going to be reconciled. Read.
Thus saith the Lord Yahweh, in the first month, in the first day of the month,
Right.
thou shalt take a young bullock without blemish.
Where you at?
Verse 18,
Of what chapter? I'm sorry.
45.
45 and 18. Go ahead.
And cleanse the sanctuary. And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering,
Right.
and put it upon the posts of the house,
Right.
and upon the four corners of the settle of the altar, and upon the posts of the gate of the inner courts. And so thou shalt do the 7th day of the month for every one that erreth, and for him that is simple. So shall ye reconcile the house.
So this is how we would have been doing things if we would have kept up to Leviticus standard. What happened? Yeah, if we would have kept up the standard of Leviticus and not been brought into captivity with the Assyrians and then the kingdom split in two, this is how we would have been doing things. All he's reiterating here is the stuff that was taught for us to do in Leviticus. Right. Was that it? Okay. Any questions on that?
It's popping. It's making sense. It's making a lot of sense.
Hey. That is making sense to somebody. This don't make no sense to me, man. It's hot in here. Is it hot? Or am I tripping?
Yeah, it's a little.
Can we get like a 2 degree drop? Just 2 degrees, bro. That's it. What is it at?
76.
Yeah, 2 degrees would be fine. It's at a blistering 76, man. Damn. Ain't no breeze.
I'm on Isaiah, Sabbath Reading, Yahweh, Bon Yasharallah.
I'm a one-eyed Zar, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Ban Yasha'Allah. Men of Israel, I mind you. Barak.
Yahweh Bashem Yashab Bakatam.
Yahweh Bashim HaShabrakta. We got disinfectant wipes, right? We gotta make sure we hit this ram's horn. Got it. Breathing on it. Put in my leprosy. Spreading my leprosy on the ram's horn. Yeah, that change in weather got me. I don't know how. One minute I'm cutting the grass, sweating. The next minute I got the chills. It's crazy,
But the weather's been changing on the dime, though.
bro.
It's-
It changed so quick. Yeah. Went to bed, woke up just feeling very bad. Where we at?
Ezekiel chapter 45, verse 21.
Right?
Ezekiel chapter 45, verse 21. In the first month, the 14th day of the month, ye shall have the Passover, the feast of 7 days. Unleavened bread shall be eaten. And upon that day shall the prince prepare for himself and for all the people of the land a bullock for a sin offering. At 7 days of the feast he shall prepare a burnt offering to the Lord. 7 bullocks and 7 rams without blemish daily the 7 days. And a kid of the goats daily for a sin offering. And he shall prepare a meat offering of an ephah for a bullock, and an ephah for a ram, and an hin of oil for an ephah. In the 7th month, in the 14th day of the month, shall he do the like in the feast of the 7th day, according to the sin offering, according to the burnt offering, and according to the meat offering, and according to the oil. Chapter 46 and verse 1. Thus saith the Lord power, the gate of the inner courts that looketh toward the east shall be shut the 6 working days, but on the Sabbath it shall be opened, and in the day of the new moon it shall be opened. And the prince shall enter by the way of the porch of that gate without, and shall stand by the post of the gates. And the priest shall prepare his burnt offering and his peace offerings, and he shall worship at the threshold of the gates. Then he shall go forth, but the gate shall not be shut until the evening. Likewise, the people of the land shall worship at the door of this gate before the Lord in the Sabbaths and in the new moons. And the burnt offering that the prince shall offer unto the Lord in the Sabbath day shall be 6 lambs without blemish, and a ram without blemish.
Wait, on what day?
On the 6th day.
What verse you at?
Go back to verse 4. And the burnt offering that the prince shall offer unto the Lord.
Right.
In the Sabbath day.
Right.
Shall be 6 lambs.
Wait, so we lifted 6 lambs on the Sabbath day? See that? On the Sabbath day we did offerings. So you have to light a fire. You have to lift them animals up the 6-foot high ramp to the 6-foot wide, 10-foot long altar. So we did work on the Sabbath. The gates were shut on that day and open and closed. Why? To prevent, just like in Nehemiah's time, to prevent you from bringing in your burden, your ass laden with goods to sell. It wasn't about you selling, it was about you putting that burden on that ass and bringing that and letting that ass walk into the temple walls and walk into the walls of the city. So that you could sell. You were putting in work for yourself, for your own pocket, and not work for each other. So remember the scripture in Matthew where it says how the priests profaned the Sabbath. They profaned it because they were lifting animals up the ramp. They were carrying these animals. That was it. But you see that the burnt offering burnt every single day and night. And on the Sabbath, you had to do more. You see that? On the Sabbath, you say you got to bring 6 lambs on the Sabbath. You got to do more of an offering, more work. So hopefully y'all are getting it. But go ahead.
And a ram without blemish. Verse 5. And the meat offering shall be an ephah for a ram.
Right. And
the meat offering for the lambs, as he shall be able to give, and an hin of oil to an ephah. And in the day of the new moon, it shall be a young bullock without blemish, and 6 lambs and a ram. They shall be without blemish. And he shall prepare a meat offering, an ephah for a bullock, and an ephah for a ram, and for the lambs according as his hand shall attain unto, and an hin of oil to an ephah. And when the prince shall enter, he shall go in by the way of the porch of the gates, and he shall go forth by the way thereof. But when the people of the land shall come before the Lord in the solemn feast, he that entereth in by the way of the north gate to worship shall go out by the way of the south gate. And he that entereth by the way of the south gate shall go forth by the way of the north gate.
Right, just keep in order, structure. You came in on this, you came in on here, you just keep going. You came in here, you went this way. It keeps things in order, man. It was almost like a assembly line type of deal where to not get everything cluttered up. Because remember, you had a temple in the middle, north, south gates, east, west gates. So if you came in the south, instead of backtracking and blocking up the people that's trying to come in, just keep walking. Boom, 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 do your thing, drop your prayer, drop your offering, keep it moving. Boom. Same thing, same thing. Go ahead.
He shall not return by the way of the gate whereby he came in, but shall go forth over against it.
Right. Also, what's that showing? I'm not gonna go back to that old, if you want to look at it a little spiritually, I'm not going back to that old way. I'm looking for that new path. I'm following that path that's already been laid out. I'm not gonna backslide behind me. What were you doing? You were coming here to drop sin offerings and things like that, right? So I'm trying to signify that I'm not going back to the old man. I'm walking forward in the new man. Go ahead.
Verse 10. And the prince in the midst of them, where they go in, shall go in, and when they go forth, shall go forth. And in the feast, and in the solemnities, the meat offering shall be an ephah to a bullock, and an ephah to a ram, and to the lambs as he is able to give, and an hin of oil to an ephah. Now when the prince shall prepare a voluntary burnt offering or peace offerings voluntary unto the Lord, one shall then open him the gate that looketh toward the east, and he shall prepare his burnt offering and his peace offerings, as he did on the Sabbath day. Then he shall go forth, and after his going forth, one shall shut the gates. Thou shalt daily prepare a burnt offering unto the Lord of a lamb of the first year without blemish. Thou shalt prepare it every morning.
Verse 14. And thou shalt prepare a meat offering for it every morning, the 6th part of an ephah, and the 3rd part of an hin of oil, to temper with the fine flour, a meat offering continually by a perpetual ordinance unto the Lord. Thus shall they prepare the lamb and the meat offering and the oil every morning for a continual burnt offering. Thus saith the Most High, if the prince give a gift unto any of his sons, the inheritance thereof shall be his sons. It shall be their possession by inheritance. But if he give a gift of his inheritance to one of his servants, then it shall be his to the year of liberty. And it shall return to the prince. But his inheritance shall be his sons for them. Moreover, the prince shall not take of the people's inheritance by oppression, to thrust them out of their possession, but he shall give his son's inheritance out of his own possession, that my people be not scattered every man from his possession. From there we're going to the book of Luke. The book of Luke chapter 2, verse 22.
Any questions on Ezekiel? Let me go to this Luke. What is this Luke going to do? Well, it's going to further prove that throughout Yahushai's entire life, remember when it said he was made under the law? Well, they kept all the laws that were supposed to be kept, even with their children, Joseph and Mary. Her separation, her days of separation, they did that. Right? So we just read about that in Leviticus 12. Leviticus 12, yeah. It's 12, the days of separation. We're just going to talk about that here in this New Testament. Showing that what? In the New Testament, we kept the law. What else were we going to do? What else were they going to do? They didn't have a different law. That's how you know people are retarded. She kept the law in Leviticus. Wow. Read it.
Luke chapter 2, verse 22. And when the days of her purification according to the law of Moses were accomplished.
Wait, whose law?
According to the law of Moses.
Right. This is where you got these monkeys talking about Mary wasn't in the truth. She wasn't righteous. How? When she was keeping the law of Moses. Moron. You got people that literally say, oh, John the Baptist wasn't in the truth. Mary wasn't in the truth. Like, it says she just kept the law of Moses on something so small. the littlest thing of the law she kept. So she wasn't in the truth. She wasn't in the wisdom. No, it's because they want to try to capitalize on what the truth is. That's the ones that are saying that. They want to monopolize the truth. Like, you're not in the truth unless you're with us.
Wow.
Mary was in the truth before all y'all Negroes. Joseph was in the truth. John the Baptist, all of them were in the truth before you even was a little sparkle in your daddy's loins. A little tingle.
God.
Yeah. So we got to stop it, man. That's why it's important to read. You get caught. Yep. What's that?
I don't want to sound like a blasphemer or anything, but it sounds like you can't really keep all the laws because there's like a catch-22. And I'm just saying that because of what you said about profaning the Sabbath. But they're actually doing what they're supposed to do, right? But they're still profaning the Sabbath and doing what they're supposed to do. It's like a catch-22 there.
Well, they weren't profaning the Sabbath because they weren't doing it for themselves. The one thing that excused them, the priest, is that they weren't doing that for themselves. That's where it's like the fire. Okay, whoa. Can you go up a degree? That is insane. AC is powerful. It's like the fire, kindling a fire in your habitation, right? Well, it didn't say not to kindle a fire anywhere else, just not in your own habitation. So what saved you from being able to kindle a fire and not be in the wrong was that I'm not kindling this fire for my own good. We're kindling this fire is burning for the burnt offering for the well-being of the people. So it wasn't a catch-22. It's if you're not looking at it, that's why Yahweh Shai used those points. Like, have you heard not about David, right? Where how he ate the showbread. You not hear about how the priests profaned the Sabbath by keeping the Sabbath. Technically, they're not really profaning it because they weren't. It's one thing if they were doing things like all the priests gathered and did stuff for themselves and said, you know what, y'all do your own thing. But they did it for the people. So the Most High didn't look at it as a profaning. Like, yeah, how else is the sacrifice? I want you to sacrifice, but how else is the sacrifice going to get up the 6 foot ramp? Right? Angels ain't going to come levitate it, right? But this is the thing. I want you to sacrifice. So I'm not looking at it as of you profaning the day. Because yes, you got to lift yourself out the bed to even get to the temple. That's work. But what profanes is when you lift that sack of potatoes onto that donkey that's supposed to be resting on the Sabbath and walk him into the gates. And then you cause the people's minds to be more worried about potatoes than worshiping. You see that? So it was more of a selfless and selfish type of mind state where the Sabbath was about being selfless, but men turned it selfish, their own gain, their own pocket. You see that?
So that's like the spirit versus
The spirit. Yep. That's the spirit versus the carnal interpretation. There's a spirit on it, and that's what we got to understand is, listen. Everybody knows we got a business in the mall. We can't shut that mall down on the Sabbath just because we want to. It'd be nice. But then the way America is set up, Friday, Saturday, Sunday are the busiest days of the mall. That's where you make your dough, right? That's where everybody wants to go shop. The mall is dead Monday through Friday. So we shut down on the busiest day. The mall is what pays the school rent. It just does. The mall is what pays all the schools we got, the bills, for you to be able to watch internet, sit in the comfort of your own casa and catch class. And if we say, you know what, we shut down on the Sabbath, y'all, you'd never see us in class. We'd be here, but y'all online wouldn't see us because there wouldn't be no money to pay for the internet. And then we'd be having class in a brother's house because there wouldn't be no money to pay school rent. You see that? So the mall is not set up for me to benefit or him to benefit. It's for all of us. Everyone even people that don't work the mall benefit off the mall because they're able to come and sit down and have a classroom to learn or jump online. Whatever the case may be, that mall facilitates a lot of what we do in all the different schools. So, I mean,
thinking that, you know, that's why that scripture about spying out our liberties.
Right.
You know, some people can take that negatively.
They do.
You know, what we do, you know, like, you're not supposed to be doing that because scripture says don't do that.
Yep.
So they're just spying to try to catch us.
Yep. Just like they did, just like the Pharisees did with Christ. But I explained it to them just like that. Like, well, we got a school that we got to pay for. And we've been doing it for years. The Most High, if it was wrong, the Most High would have shut it down. We're not doing it we're not gathering sticks from, I'm not gathering sticks from my own house. I'm gathering sticks for the congregation. You see that? And that's the difference where when you are in a slavery situation, you got to render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Obey the law of the land. Like, again, we're not up there where like how the Israelis, they can dip off on the Shabbat days, like Friday at 4 o'clock, they close them all down. They out of there. The companies that they work for is making money. So they can do that. They can afford to shut down. And they don't even shut all of them down, but they can do that, you know? So that's the difference. Where we at?
We're at Luke chapter 2, verse 22. From the top. When the days of the purification, according to the law of Moses, were accomplished.
How many days did she have to do? How many days did Mary have to do when she had Christ? Of purification. What? 40 days. Go ahead.
They brought him to Jerusalem to present him to the Lord. As it is written in the law of the Lord, every male that openeth the womb shall be called holy to the Lord.
Right.
And to offer a sacrifice according to that which is said in the law of the Lord, a pair of turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons. And behold, there was a man in Jerusalem whose name was Simeon. And the same man was just and devout, waiting for the consolation of Israel. And the Holy Spirit was upon him.
The spirit of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Go ahead.
Verse 26. And it was revealed unto him by the Holy Spirit that he should not see death before he had seen the Lord's Christ. And he came by the Spirit into the temple. And when the parents brought in the child, Yahushua, to do for him after the custom of the law, then took he him up in his arms and blessed Yahweh and said, Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace according to thy word. Verse 30. For mine eyes have seen thy salvation, which thou hast prepared before the face of all people, a light to lighten the Gentiles, and the glory of thy people Israel. And Joseph and his mother marveled at those things which were spoken of him. Now we're going to wisdom.
Any questions on that?
Now we're going to go to the Apocrypha.
Yeah. If you got questions off the topics, get those now. But yeah, we got 1 chapter left. Go ahead. I'll read it. So we're in Wisdom of Solomon chapter 3. Again, we've been trying to incorporate the Apocrypha so we can get a lot more of the Bible read on these Sabbath days. So we're at Wisdom of Solomon chapter 3 and verse 1. But the souls of the righteous so, you know, when you read 2 is talking about one idea. Chapter 2 is talking about the ungodly and their thought process. And their end, right? And what happened? Nevertheless, through envy of the devil, came death into the world. So when chapter 3 starts, it's all the same thought. Because nobody starts anything with but. The wisest man in the world is not going to start an idea with but the souls of the righteous. Why would he say but the souls of the righteous? Well, because it's continuing from chapter 2. Remember, the Bible wasn't written in chapters and verses. That's for us. When these letters were all written on these scrolls, they were just written out. Y'all get that? So it's continuing. Chapter 2 and 3 is a continuation. But the souls of the righteous, so now he's given us the side of the righteous, are in the hand of the Most High, and there shall no torment touch them. In the sight of the unwise, they seem to die, and their departure is taken for misery, right? Because isn't that how we look at death, as a misery? Mm-hmm. No matter what, we don't even know how to really interpret death and really understand it. We just know that we miss that person, and that it's sad that they're gone, right? But there's a reason why the Most High does what he does. And they're going from us be utter destruction, but they are in peace. Why? They're not dealing with the torments of this life. For though they be punished in the sight of men, yet is their hope full of immortality. So, depending on how a person goes out, you're like, damn, they went out kind of hard. But you don't know what that spiritual end is going to be. 5, and having been a little chastised, they shall be greatly rewarded. For the Most High proved them and found them worthy for himself. Now remember, this is the souls of the righteous. This is how it started, but the souls of the righteous. 6, as gold in the furnace hath he tried them, and received them as a burnt offering. In the time of their visitation, they shall shine and run to and fro like sparks among the stubble. They shall judge the nations and have dominion over the people, and their Lord shall reign forever. They that put their trust in him shall understand the truth, and such as be faithful in love shall abide with him. For grace and mercy is to his saints, and he hath care of his elect. But the ungodly shall be punished according to their own imaginations, which have neglected the righteous and forsaken the Lord. For whoso despiseth wisdom and nurture, he is miserable, their hope is vain, their labors unfruitful, and their works unprofitable. Their wives are foolish, and their children are wicked. I mean, jeez. Look at Will Smith, right? That whole thing came out. Look at his whole family. He ain't got no wisdom and nurture, and look at his wife. Look at his wife. They got a whole new video out from a different view of when when he smacked Chris Rock. Bro, he smacked Chris Rock, Jada Spinkett just start laughing.
No.
Okay, go watch the video. They got a whole angle. They said it was from a seat filler, and they're literally sitting here. Jada, Will's table's right here, and they filmed the whole thing. Smacked him, and she just sat there like nothing, and then started laughing. Like she sent a minion to go do her bidding. Like when the kingpin sends like his henchman to go kill somebody, and he's like, ha 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 ha. That's how she sat there, bro.
Yeah.
Just start laughing, bro. But their children are wicked and their wives are foolish. Look at his children. You women out there talking about you want a husband like, I want you to defend me like Will Smith. I've heard it. I've heard a few sisters. Heard it through the grapevine. I heard the talking about I want you to be more like Will Smith. I'm going to say it again. It's not hard to be emotional. You want an emotional bag of bones? Go get you a Will Smith. You should be saying, man, I want you to be more like Chris Rock. Then they got smacked on public TV and didn't revile back. What does that sound like? Thank you. Right? They can turn the cheek. Hit me in one cheek, I'm going to turn the other cheek. He could have went at Will Smith. He could have, listen, to the point where they wanted to arrest Will Smith and kick him out the whole Grammys, Oscars, whatever it is. And what did he say? Nah, let him stay. It's okay. Now I don't want to press charges. It's all good. You should be asking for a man like Chris Rock. I'm not saying that he's some upstanding citizen, but as far as his character in that situation, that's what you should be wanting. Too many of y'all women already got a Will Smith. That's why he's in jail. That's why you single. That's why you got baby daddies. Because you want a nigga like Will Smith, he's emotional. Doesn't know how to deal with his inner deficiencies as a man. It's cold, man. He sat back and researched a man's whole other life and crumbled under that pressure.
Yep.
King Richard must have been a hell of a dude, because he crumbled Will Smith. He showed Will Smith what he could never be. Look at his family. Look at his children. His son is a boy. His son is his daughter, and his daughter is his son. They done switch roles.
Yep.
And his wife, she's the husband and wife. I mean, come on. This right here, bro, tells it all. But this is what happens when you don't want to be nurtured with the right nurturing, with wisdom. Everything around, what is it saying? Everything you touch is going to turn to dirt. Ooh. I don't give a damn how many movies he done sold, 100 million. I don't give a damn about how much, what has Jada Pinkett done? Oh, she had the little show Hawthorne. I don't give a damn. How Jaden Icon living, I don't care about none of that. None of that matters spiritually. When all you got to show for it is a national smack of another man because he said something about your whack little wife. That's true. He said something true about your wife. All you can do is retaliate with smacking him. No words, no nothing. And then when you do speak, it comes out like an ignorant brute.
Uh,
13, their offspring is cursed. Wherefore, blessed is the barren that is undefiled, which hath not known the sinful bed. She shall have fruit in the visitation of souls. And blessed is the eunuch which has not, which with his hands have not wrought no iniquity, nor imagined wicked things against the Most High. For unto him shall be given the special gift of faith, and inheritance in the temple of the Lord more acceptable to his mind. Some of y'all brothers is in here moving like eunuchs, off the fact of you're a eunuch for the time. You ain't got no woman. I'm gonna read it again. Blessed is the eunuch which with his hands have wrought no iniquity. Right? Where are you putting your hands in this time where there's no woman for you to cultivate, no children for you to cultivate? What are you cultivating? Nor imagine wicked things. Where is your mental? Where is your meditation? Where's your mind at? Is it on building or staying stagnant? Where are your thoughts? Are you thinking about the future? Okay, when I do get me a woman, right? When I do get me a wife, how am I going to be able to deal with her? Am I accumulating enough wisdom, knowledge, asking enough questions, setting things up now to where when I do get with her, it doesn't turn out like my other situations? Y'all are getting y'all are getting a lot. You got to use it. You got to internalize it. You have to meditate on it so that when it's time to put it into practice, you don't fumble the bag or fumble the woman, right?
Okay.
I don't want to fumble the woman. For unto him shall be given the special gift of faith and an inheritance in the temple of the Lord more acceptable to his mind. For glorious is the fruit of good labors, and the root of wisdom shall never fail away. As for the children of adulterers, they shall not come to their perfection. Ooh. And the seed of the unrighteous bed shall be rooted out. Hold that real quick. It's all good. You could put in there, it's Ecclesiasticus.
43.
All bread is sweet. Yeah, 23:17. It's actually Ecclesiasticus 23 and 25. 23:17 down, actually, all the way to 20. Yeah, 25, 26.
So you said for verse 16, Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2, verse 16, the precept would be Ecclesiasticus.
23:17 down. 17, for though they live long, yet shall they be nothing regarded, and their last age shall be without honor. Or if they die quickly, they have no hope, neither comfort in the day of trial. For horrible is the end of the unrighteous generation. Better teach your children. Any questions?
Love.
I need to do that smell like.
Okay.
2 weeks. 2 weeks. Remember, we're not going to have class on that Thursday and that Friday and that Saturday of the Passover. Right? Because it's summer time. No, I'm just out. Hit you with these whack Will Smith jokes. Right? What's that? You have your hand up.
That's his best song.
Right? I like Men in Black.
No, I enjoy this class. I enjoy this class just because more seeds are being planted from my mind, from my spirit, from my house. And here, sort of like during Hebrew Academy and for our schools, 1 Timothy chapter 3, right? One thing that I myself are working on is my house, and just bringing more perspective and understanding what I want to accomplish for my home. You know what I mean? Especially reading Wisdom of Solomon. The last age shall be without honor. La. 12 class, we Lord.
No questions?
No.
I didn't want to point out, but yeah, my bad, y'all. I'm not feeling good. I'm hot, I'm cold. Can't breathe. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Baruch Shai.
Baruch Shai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Aitah.
Aitah.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Ma'aka
Ma'aka Allah.
Wa'alahayim.
Wa'alahayim.
Tishmar Al.
Tishmar Al.
Barak.
Barak.
Rapah.
Rapah.
Kazak.
Kazak.
Aizar.
Aizar.
Magun.
Magun.
Samak.
Samak.
Yasha'ala.
Yasharala.
Baruch Shai.
Baruch Shai.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh Shai.
Aitah.
Aitah.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Knowledge.
Knowledge.
And understanding.
And understanding.
Spiritual gifts.
Spiritual gifts.
Spiritual powers.
Spiritual powers.
To Yasha'ala.
To Yasharala.
Forgive us of our sins.
Forgive us of our
For
sins.
indeed is our hope.
For indeed is our hope.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
The water.
The water.
Yah.
Yah. Amen.
Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us now, right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel. Also, send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love. Spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Nathan
Nathan
Hafawara.
Hafawara. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Nathan
A
war.
war.
Lara'ah.
Lara'ah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Nathan
Ha'ayal.
Korah.
Korah.
Laquara'ah.
Laquara'ah.
Ha'ayin.
Ha'ayin. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh
Natananawa.
Shaman.
Zayat. Lamashah.
Yasharala.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
And to sing praises to thy name.
Almost high.
Almost high.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon the instrument of 10 strings.
Upon the psaltery.
Upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
For thou, Lord, has made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Lord.
O Lord.
How great are thy works!
How great are thy works!
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, O Most High, are forevermore. For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Lord.
For lo.
Thy enemies shall perish.
Thine enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But mine horn
horn
shall thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn.
Shalt thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
I desire mine enemies.
I desire my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
I desire the wicked.
I desire the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm trees.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
Shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Bahashem Yahushai. The water. Come here. Aman. Shayar. This is Psalm 133. Shayar. Amalawat. Ladawad. Hana. Matawab. Wamad. Nayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gum. Yachad. Kashaman. Atawab. Al. Harash. Yarad. Al. Hazakwan. Aharan. Shayarad. Al. Payah. Marawathiwa. So. Aram 1. Shayarad. Al. Hararia. Tazah 1. Kaya. Sham. Tazawah. Yahweh. Habaraka. Hayayam. I. Awalam.
This is Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
The water.
Yad.
Amen.
Circle up. Come on. Yeah. Oh, man. Sneeze. Call it.
Akim. Amakim. Barak.
Yahweh Bahashem Yahushai.
Kumashwal.
In the time, let's turn to face the system. March Shabbat. Call it.
Akim. Amakim. Barak.
Yahweh Shema Lathan Yahweh Bahashem Yahushai. Yadi Matah. Let's say shalom, everybody online.
Shalom.
We'll see y'all back here on Wednesday. Shalom.
Y'all-